We will now call the Special Utility Special District meeting to order. Today is April 20th, 2022, and the time is 5:46 p.m. Board Member Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Board Member Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Here.
Board Member Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Board Member Julia Botel.
Here.
Board Member Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie Felder. City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Executive Director Michael Lowe.
Here.
District Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. District Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
District Finance Director Randy Sherman. Members of the board, we will now have the selection of a chairperson and vice chairperson for the Utility Special District Board of Directors in accordance with Section 3.03 of the Utility Special Districts Charter. I would now like to open the floor for nominations for the chairperson for the Utility Special District Board of Directors.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk.
Dr. Botel, then
Thank you.
Board Member McCoy.
I'd like to nominate Kashama Miller Anderson as chair.
Board Member McCoy.
Yes, I nominate Trodrick McCoy for chairperson.
Are there any further nominations for chairperson for the Board of Directors for the Utility Special District? The floor is now closed for nominations. Can I get a motion to select Kashamba Miller Anderson?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we will now call for the vote. Board Member McCoy.
Yes.
Board Member Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Lanier.
Yes.
Board Member Botel.
Yes.
Board Member Lawson.
Yes.
That motion is approved. Chair Miller Anderson, you may now proceed with opening the floor for the nominations of vice chairperson for the special district.
All right, we'll open up the nominations for the vice chair for the special utility district.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. McCoy and then Dr. Botel.
I nominate Trodrick McCoy for vice chair.
All right, Dr. Botel.
I nominate Shirley Lanier for vice chair.
All right, any more nominations? Floor is closed for nominations. Can we have a motion for Shirley Lanier as vice chair?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think that you would go in the order of the.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm so sorry. Madam Clerk, it should be for Mr. McCoy for vice chair. We have a motion?
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Lanier.
No.
No, McCoy, for McCoy.
Oh,
Oh, you're calling for her to vote.
On the vote.
Board Member Lanier.
No.
Board Member Botel.
No.
Board Member Lawson.
Yes.
Board Member McCoy.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
No.
That motion fails with with board members Lanier, Botel, and Miller Anderson dissenting.
All right. We have a motion for Shirley Lanier for vice chair.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board Member Botel.
Yes.
Board Member Lawson.
Yes.
Board Member Lanier.
Yes.
Board Member McCoy.
No.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Board Member McCoy dissenting.
All right. That brings us to the end of our, can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
prior to us adjourning, I know it's not listed on the agenda, but I do have a public comment card from a member of the public. Let me have staff to check to make sure, because I
Well,
see
we
she has a
probably should have
number.
let them go first before we voted then. I mean, that would have been helpful for them to go before we started doing the voting. I assume we didn't have any. So you have some? Okay, go ahead and call them.
Mary Bram,
Ms. Bram, you come in? Yeah. Okay.
I don't see the caretaker in here this evening. I don't see the caretaker.
The caretaker's coming.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just want to make a comment about the chairs. From a point of view, we know that this is the procedure. And the chair and the vice chair, we should follow that procedure. Whoever is on the general council board normally governs the utility and the CRA. So there should be no friction. It should be unity and working together, because you're all striving to do the same thing for this city here. So regardless whether you're not the chair or the vice chair, you're just important making the basic decisions as the chair and the vice chair. In every form of government, it is always the president or the vice president or the CEO of any organizations. This is the manner, this is the procedure. So those that are not elected for the chair and the vice chair, you play that critical role. And Ms. Bram is challenging this board here. In these 3 terms, you must work together. And this is what Ms. Bram, as well as the community base at large, as well as outside, is saying here. Because the decisions comes from you. So we would not have that. And I want all minds and hearts clear to understand and realize you're here to serve the people. It doesn't matter how many votes you got here, how many votes you got there. The main task is proving that you're worthy for the ones who did not vote and for ones that did vote, because you are an entity that governs the whole sector. And these 3-year terms, I would like for you all to display that. To display that. We have a lot of work ahead of us. And all the side issues and the sidebars and stuff, let us cease that. It's time to cease that. It was time before, but now the time is of essence here. Because whatever was there, we are in the moment of time now in which we must serve. Because if you cannot prove that you cannot serve here, you cannot go anywhere else, because you're branded, you're labored. And Ms. Bram never wants this for this board here, because you all have already made history in the things that have been already set as you as a board. Now let's work. Let's apply ourselves. Let's put aside all of those ears, because a lot of times people get in your ears, and I'm going to share something with you. They do not have what you have. So their object and their offense is to keep you back and to listen, to have all that chatter in your ear. So when you come to this board here, you cannot function. You're on the phone. And you know what? You really shouldn't be on the phone, because there's rules and regulations up in Tallahassee about that. When you come in here, your hearts and minds should be clear to dilate the business at hand. It should be no friction there. So those were the comments that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Was that it?
yes, Madam Chair.
Walter, do you have a different, the other clock? Because I try to watch the time, but that's kind of small. All right. So can we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All right, meeting adjourned. We'll start back in about 2 minutes for the next one. Call to order the utility district meeting for April 20th at 6:03 p.m. Madam, roll call.
Chairperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Vice Chairperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Board Member Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Board Member Julia Botel.
Here.
Board Member Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Executive Director Michael Lowe.
Present.
District Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. District Attorney Don Nguyen. Here. District Finance Director Randy Sherman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We'll have a moment of silence, followed by the pledge led by Mayor Felder. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete a yellow public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff prior to the item being taken up by the Board of Directors for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda and 3 minutes to speak on each regular agenda item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the Board of Directors based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card to speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or item considered. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
None from staff, Madam Chair.
All right. Disclosures?
No.
None.
I have a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board Member McCoy.
Yes.
Board Member Botel.
Yes.
Board Member Lawson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right. I have a consent agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right, can we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Madam Clerk, do we have any comment cards for consent?
Madam Chair, we have no public comment cards for the consent agenda. The acceptance of public comment cards for the consent agenda is now closed.
You said we have none?
None.
Okay. All right. I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
We got it, right?
We had
I'm
that.
sorry. We're ready for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Botel.
Yes.
Board Member Lawson.
Yes.
Board Member McCoy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay, item number 7, regular agenda. 7A.
A resolution number 07-22 UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach, Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the proposal from Brown and Caldwell to prepare a feasibility study and report, authorizing the Utility Special District Finance Director to make payments from project number 18160 in an amount not to exceed $147,715 after work authorizations have been issued and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have a public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 7-22 UD.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Executive Director of the Utility Special District, Mr. Michael Lowe, to make this presentation.
All right, good evening, Mr. Lowe.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Michael Lowe, Executive Director of the Utility Special District. This item is to do a financial and feasibility and also an engineering study by Brown and Caldwell and our rate analyst, Raftelis. I always have trouble with that name. This is required prior to us raising any money for the new plant, and it's a standard procedure It's to ensure that the people who actually lend us the money are certain that we have the ability to repay the money and meet our obligations under the loans.
All right. That's the end of your presentation?
If you wish to have a presentation, then yes, the finance director will make a presentation.
Do you all need a presentation? Board?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Did you say we had any comment cards?
We do, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead with that.
Mary Bram.
I don't think anybody's been up there for you, Ms. Graham.
Excuse me. I do, Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. I do love everyone. I've been like this for going on almost 2.5 years now.
It's okay.
And I have to navigate myself the best way that I can. I lost my husband in 2018, and he was a firm believer. We taking care of ourselves as best as we can. So I'm accustomed to this here now, in order for me to navigate. First of all, I would like to say welcome to the new utility director. He's very precise. He's not laboring, and I've received comments from the workshop, that academy leadership. He explained the break so where a little kindergarten can understand. Your breaks is caused. When we have these breaks in our city here, they're caused by something that has broken the line or something that has gone wrong with the break. It's not our contamination system. It's what somebody done hit or damaged or knocked out of order. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Lowe.
Appreciate it.
And on behalf of Ms. Bram, she say welcome to you. Okay, on this item here too, the feasibility study. We know here, we know that water is life here. Like Ms. Bram always say, water is life. And we are on the venture of building a new utility district here, which we are so badly needed from the 1969-72 era, and where we are now, 2022. So we need all of these ingredients and all of these elements that we need to do what we have to do in the city here. Because this is the business. Now, this is what Ms. Graham called business. Doing everything to get to that point there where we should get at. And for the Ms. Deidre Jacob that was serving there, we say thank her too, because she's a big element to the part of this. But Mr. Lowe, he comes with that in-depth, that quality, everything that we need. And Ms. Bram will hold you totally accountable, Mr. Lowe. So, well, Ms. Bram say, welcome, because he has that ingredient, what we need here. Not saying that nobody else was qualified, but Mr. Lowe is very much uniquely qualified to get us where we need to be at. In the feasibility study, I'm asking you all to do that, because that's important of this process here in which we are encountering and which we are engaging in. And that's the business of the day. So Ms. Bram say, thank you, as always. Thank you. Move on. Move it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Do we have any questions from the board? All right, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Lawson?
Yes.
Board Member McCoy?
Yes.
Board Member Botel?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Discussion by the city manager.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
All right, discussion by district attorney.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
City council committee reports. Statements by the mayor and board. Starting with the mayor.
No comments, Madam Chair.
All right.
Madam Chair, If I may, I'd like to make a few comments.
Okay,
They haven't-
yeah,
thank
I
you.
don't know why they didn't have it here.
It's the new system, I think.
part.
Yeah, it's supposed to be discussion by the,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I may, I have a few informational items for you. The first is the annual report. Now we must get you a copy. We failed to put one in front of you, but
No, we have it.
the others have copies. This is an annual report that's due by June the 30th every year. The table that has all the numbers in it, which is the analyticals on the water, has to be approved by the Department of Health. It has been approved. And actually yesterday, I think it was, I actually signed the certification document. Now, the author of this is Dr. Williams, who is our compliance manager, and he's going to give a bit more of an explanation about the annual report to you.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members of the board, city manager, and everyone else in your respective place. So before you, we have here the 2021 Annual Water Quality Report. This is a report that's actually required by the Department of Health and the state of Florida. We have to report this every year. Every utility has to do this, and it's actually a federal requirement. Like Mr. Lowe said, it is due around the summertime, but of course we're doing everything because we don't like to wait till the last minute. So I went on ahead, worked diligently to make sure that we get this out to our residents. The residents can access this by going to the website rivierabeach.com/2021 WQR. And there they will find this interactive report, and you can click the different pages, and it is ADA compliant, so links will pop out at you so that you can visit different things related to our annual water quality report. We have different things such as our water conservation tips. We have different things regarding cross connection, fats, oil, and grease, just things to help educate the public on different water quality issues. And as Mr. Lowe said, if you continue to click through, you will run into definitions in our table. So this is there for you. If you don't want to view this version because clicking just is a lot for you, you can go to the main page. We have a water quality link, and on there you will find a PDF that will show you everything you need to know. In addition to this, we do have the link on everyone's bill that has been printed. It will stay on the bill till it cycles through everyone's cycle. So if anybody has any questions or the public has any questions regarding this, you can feel free to contact me. My information is on the utilities website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. The next topic I want to discuss is April being Water Quality Month. We have a couple of announcements on that, but firstly, in the report, there is a table which is showing when people are allowed to do the watering. If you have an odd-numbered house like myself, it's Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and any even-numbered address, it's Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Friday's supposed to be a day of rest when it comes to watering. I raise it because we can see in our control room that it's not as much of a day of rest as we would like. So I'm asking people to please try and abide by this regulation. If we get into a water shortage, then we would reduce the number of days, but the way we are at the moment, that's fine, as long as please adhere to that. Now, there are a couple of other things that we're working on. One is that we're going to get some conservation kits that we can give out at events like Earth Day, which is coming up, so that we can remind people of the need to conserve water at all times. We'll provide other kits and pamphlets surrounding that. And the other thing I'm hoping to organize is a program to provide conservation training to fifth graders. I've done this before. We provide a teaching program to the teachers, and they have a kit for each of the students who then go home. They do some exercises at home on trying to measure how much water they're using and how much they can save. So it's an educational program for the children as much as it is for their families. Of course, if you've got multiple fifth graders, you could end up doing it a few times, but hopefully you need to be reminded each moment. So that's something we're working on and hope to perhaps do next year if we can get there. Some really good news is, for those in the public that haven't heard, I know that the board has been appraised of this, but the Palm Beach Department of Health has closed the consent order that's been hanging over the utilities since 2016. They state that we are in compliance with the terms and have they closed all enforcement action. We have posted that letter on the city's website so that people can see the good news and share it, and if they're concerned that we're still under consent order, if they click on the consent order now, they're going to see that and the fact it's been closed.
That's a good thing. That's a very, 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 very good thing.
So I want to express my thanks to all the members of the utility and all the hard work that they've put in. And I know Ms. Jacobs was heavily involved in her time as well last year. They've done a lot of tremendously good work. Some of them are here today, but you know, it's kudos to them, and we hope to have a small celebration with them later in the week. In line with keeping up with the consent order, we're going to go for a chlorine burn or a free chlorination period coming up in May. This is one of the keys that we had to closing the consent order. It's planned for roughly every 6 months, and it will commence on Monday, May the 9th until May the 22nd. It'll help maintain the quality of the potable water by cleaning our water lines, and you should expect to see flushing, especially during the first week, as we deliberately pull the water through the system and ensure that every line gets covered. There will be a full communication plan which is expected to start tomorrow as we notify special users, and we will also be publishing things on the city's website. The final thing I want to talk about is just the Singer Island water and wastewater mains, those two important projects. We're still working on obtaining easements for both lines. There was recently some potentially positive developments with regards to the force main, and we're working closely with that developer. We've also ordered additional surveying so that we can look at other options with the water main itself. We haven't quite finished a route for that, so this additional surveying should help us. But we do have engineers working for us as well as surveyors, and we are talking to the various developers with regards to getting the necessary easement. So we'll keep you appraised. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we'll go ahead and start with Board Member Lawson.
No comments, Madam Chair.
All right, Board Member McCoy.
No.
Board Member Botel.
No.
Board Member Lanier.
No.
All right, and I don't have any comments. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Motion has passed so that we can go ahead and move into our next meeting. We'll start this one in about, we all need about 5?
5 minutes.
No? All right, we're ready to start now?
Let's go.
All right. We're going to move right along. All right. I'd like to call to order the City Council regular meeting for April 20th, 2022. The time is 6:22 p.m. Madam, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
Chairperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Chair Pro Tem Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy. Councilperson Julia Botel.
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Chair Pro Tem Lanier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, substitutions?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. I'll ask that the clerk read those items into the record.
Madam Chair, members of the board, staff is postponing 10E until the May 4th City Council meeting. That's resolution number 040-22. And also, we had a late added item, 10H, resolution number 045-22, which is regarding awarding a contract to Blue Water Marine Systems, LLC of St. Petersburg, Florida, as the manufacturer for the Marina Floating Dock Project.
We're leaving it or taking it?
We're adding, well, it's already on there.
The item was added late,
Okay.
and so I was just advising that it was added late, but it's
10.
already, it's printed on the agenda. However, 10E, staff is postponing that item until the May 4th City Council meeting.
All right, thank you. Any other additions, deletions, substitutions? Have disclosures by council. Have a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second?
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson? Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to pull an item from the agenda? All right.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Do we have any public comment cards?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comment cards for the consent agenda. Acceptance of public comment cards for the consent agenda is now closed.
All right. We have a motion. I'm sorry. We're ready to go ahead and take the vote for the consent agenda.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, that's the end of our consent agenda. Item number 5A, awards and presentations.
Presentation from Riviera Beach Cares Homeless Coalition for Families by Ms. Terry Ferguson. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of public comment cards for this item is now closed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if we can have Ms. Ferguson make a presentation to the board concerning Riviera Beach Cares.
All right.
Good evening. I did have a slide presentation. Are we able to?
Good evening. Did you give it to them already?
I did.
Who did you give it to?
Ms. Huff?
Yes. And she confirmed.
She's,
confirmed she
she's
received
out of
it.
the state right now.
Oh.
Let me see what we can do.
You want to go ahead and, can you start talking about it?
Okay.
No,
Well,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
respectfully, I think I waited probably in the month of January for a time after the election to do it. So if it's not, she doesn't have her presentation, I would ask that we kind of either delay it later in the meeting or perhaps reschedule.
Okay, well, I was thinking it wasn't going to take him long to pull it up, unless, if it is, then we can do that, but I thought he may have had access to it.
Madam Chair, if I may, I was going to see if we can move through maybe a couple of items, and Ms. Ferguson, if you can email it to staff, we can get that up and then bring you back up, so we
Okay.
can do that.
Okay,
If you can,
yeah, I thought you had it and you were trying to pull it up, so.
I was going to see if it was in my email, but I don't see it.
All right,
Okay.
if you're good with that, Ms. Ferguson, then we'll come back to you in a little bit. All right. Let's take a look. We are at item number 10. 10A.
Item number 10A, resolution number 014-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application from Elite Capital and Development, Inc. to construct 6 duplexes on approximately 0.81 acre that is being subdivided into 6 contiguous lots pursuant to the concurrent plat application for the real property located at the northwest corner of West 26th Court and R.J. Henley Avenue, identified by parcel control number 564342290100000552, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment cards for this item.
We
The
do.
acceptance of public comment cards for this item is now closed.
Okay. so
Motion to
we-
approve resolution number 014-22.
Second?
So we don't have any, you said?
We don't.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mr. Sermon. You ready? You ready?
Yes,
All right. You waiting on your slide too?
I am, but I will go ahead and get started. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council, Madam Attorney, and Mr. Manager. Thank you for allowing me to present this item to you. My presentation will cover this item as well as the next on the agenda as they are related to the same development project. So, Resolution 14-22 is a site plan approval for a property located at the corner of R.J. Henley and 26th Court. It is a rectangular property that this applicant is proposing to subdivide into 6 properties. On those 6 properties, they intend to place duplex homes. We have worked with this developer to ensure that the product meets all of the land development code regulations. The land use for this property is MF15, which does allow the use. And there is currently 1 lot, which would be subdivided into 2 by the second resolution, 10B.
Hold on for a minute, Mr. Sermon. So, Mr. Evans, do we have it back there? So that the public is able to see what he's talking about?
Yes, but he sent 2 presentations, one for 10A and 10B. Which one do you want posted up there? One for 10A? So one of the presentations for the applicant, the other is the staff presentation.
And I just want to ask for the public to keep the chatter down because it carries up here, and so it makes it where we can't really hear the person who's speaking at the microphone. Are you going to be able to move it, or you need Walter? Is Walter able to move through the slides?
I will verbalize if that's okay when I'm ready for the next slide.
All right. Walter, he'll need your assistance in moving it to the next slide. All right, we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
The parcel in question is depicted on the photo on the screen before you. Again, this property is MF15, and it is zoned, the future land use is MF15, medium density, multiple family. The zoning is multiple family dwelling unit, or RM15.
Yeah, come up, pull the microphone a little bit up to you. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right. This is the existing configuration of the parcel in question. It is 1 lot at 0.81 acres. The proposed reconfiguration of the lot for the plat application before you. There would be 6 lots in total. And this is the proposed site plan of the development. As you can see, there would be 6 duplex residences with associated parking and landscaping and outdoor areas. This is the proposed floor plan for the duplex units and the proposed elevations. The proposed landscape plan for the site. And a rendering of the elevation. I will note that we did work with the developer extensively on the landscaping and the exterior appearances of it to continue the investments that have been made along this area to ensure that the products that are coming in are of a consistent high quality for housing. Staff recommendations. We recommend approval of site plan 21-8 from Elite Capital and Development to construct 6 duplexes on approximately 0.81 acres of vacant land that is being subdivided into 6 contiguous lots pursuant to the concurrent plat application number PA 20-05 for real property located at the northwest corner of West 26th Court and R.J. Henley Avenue. The following are the recommended conditions of approval. And these are our standard conditions. 1, a 2-year landscaping performance bond be submitted to the city prior to CO. 2, construction and landscaping improvements be initiated within 18 months of the effective date of this resolution, or it becomes null and void. 3, City Council authorizes staff to approve future amendments to the site plan administratively, so long as the plan does not deviate greater than 5% from the originally approved site plan before you today. 4, this development must receive final CO within 5 years of this approval, or it will be considered null and void. 5, all future advertising must state that the development is located within the city of Riviera Beach, per City Code Section 31-554. 6, once approved, this resolution shall supersede any previous site plan approval resolutions associated with this property. And 7, the site plan application and associated resolutions approval is contingent upon the approval of the concurrent plat application PA 20-05 to subdivide the lot. And staff, of course, also recommends approval of the plat application. That concludes the presentation.
All right. Do we have any public comment cards for this item? No, right? You said no. Any questions for our board? All right, Madam Clerk? We're ready for the roll call.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Item 10B.
Resolution number 015-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving plat application from Elite Capital and Development, Inc. to subdivide an existing lot of record into 6 contiguous lots for the real property located at the northwest corner of West 26th Court and R.J. Henley Avenue, identified by parcel control number 5643-422901-0000552, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment card on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 15-22.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, I did not hear who made the second.
Who was that, Lawson or McCoy? McCoy?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Planning, or the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermon, make this presentation.
All right, Mr. Simmons?
Madam Chair, this is associated with the previous presentation that I just gave, and if there are any additional questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, any questions from the board?
No.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, item 10C.
Resolution
Thank you,
number
Mr. Thomas.
030-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a work order to AE Engineering of Riviera Beach, Florida, to evaluate the city's stormwater network, to develop a long-range capital plan in the amount of $269,282, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment from Fund 460-321-0156-3000 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 30-22.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Public Works Director, Mr. Lewis Johnson, and the City Engineer, Mr. Terrence Bailey, make this presentation along with the engineers that are serving as our consultants related to this project.
All right, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terrence Bailey, City
Can,
Engineer.
Mr. Bailey, pull the microphone up because you're not talking into it.
All right.
All right.
Better?
Yep.
It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Terrence Bailey, your City Engineer. Resolution 30-22 to update our stormwater master plan. As evidenced in the backup, the Florida Legislature updated Chapter 2001-194, which goes to infrastructure needs throughout the state. In order to maintain compliance with this new updated statute, the staff coordinated with AE Engineering for the scope of services as provided in your backup to provide stormwater analysis, update our existing stormwater master plan, and keep us in compliance with this new statute. The way this works, Palm Beach County has issued a template on how they want the data to be provided. The city will obviously comply and is required to provide that data to Palm Beach County by June 30th of this year. The county will aggregate all cities and their own data and are required to provide that information to the state of Florida by July 31st of this year. With that, that is sort of the general of this particular item. You will also recall, and it was provided in your backup, that about 6 months ago you authorized Public Works to initiate a pavement master plan so that we could have a true capital plan on where we're going to invest in our road network. AE Engineering also conducted that study, and as you will see, these two master plans will dovetail together to give us a very robust analysis of our infrastructure needs for the next 30 years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Buck and his team from AE Engineering, and they'll provide a brief summary of the completed pavement study and the approach for the required stormwater master plan update. Scott?
Thanks, Terrence.
And there's your presentation. So,
Terrence, you covered it all for me. There's really not much to add, but I'll try and add what I can to try and explain what we're doing here. Again, my name is Scott Buck. I'm a senior project manager with AE Engineering. We're general consultant to City of Riviera Beach. I've been doing stormwater-related projects for the good half of 15 of my 30 years in this business. So I've got lots of experience in this particular aspect. Thank you. So what this really is it's really two things in one here. One of the things Terrence mentioned was the needs analysis, and this is a new initiative, and they're putting this forward so they can kind of look at multiple cities, and not just every city, most cities go through a stormwater master plan, and what you have is you've got cities and neighboring cities, and there's a regional approach to this. And so this needs analysis is the state's way of jumping in and saying, we need to kind of look at this city and this city and this city that's next to this city. So this new initiative is the needs analysis, and the Stormwater Master Plan is kind of a follow-up to that. And really, we've got a couple goals here. We want to be able to have a real good handle on what the stormwater assets are, so we can have a good O&M program. And we want to look at capital improvement program to kind of see, where we're going. And what I'm going to hit on is the geographical approach to looking at these things, or looking at these two items. The needs analysis is a Florida statute-driven, program, direction. And we're going to be looking at all the city's assets. We're going to be asking a lot of questions about the city's stormwater assets. We're going to be taking an inventory. We're going to be reporting what we have, and data we don't have, we're going to be picking that up as part of the stormwater master plan. And so it's really a review of what the current practices are and what kind of money the city is spending on these type of assets to maintain them, and kind of looking into the future. The stormwater master plan itself is kind of looking at the existing stormwater system and how it functions. Does it work? Is there flooding? Are we maintaining the system? Are there any problem areas? How do we address problem areas? How do we take care of flooding? How do we address these particular items? And how do we forecast and look at long-term initiatives? Stormwater master plans are unique, and because stormwater is unique, it's a gravity-driven issue. It's not like water systems and sewer systems where you have piping and you put it in and you know how much you're being delivered. Rainfall drives stormwater. Tidal influences drive stormwater. So it's something that constantly has to be looked at and reviewed so you know you're heading in the right direction. GIS is how we want to present this data. And everybody talks about GIS, and members here probably know a lot about GIS, but real briefly, what GIS is more than anything else, it's a graphical way of looking at your assets. And when it comes to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and tie GIS in to the CIP. Because what you don't want to do, and we're going to talk a little bit about the asphalt plan, what you don't want to do is go into a section, address your asphalt problems, and forget about other assets in that same area. And the easiest ways to see it is using GIS. You can see that we've got certain areas where we've got asphalt problems and asphalt conditions that are causing drainage problems or stormwater problems. Asphalt is the purveyor of stormwater. If you have asphalt failures, or if the road is not pitched properly, then you're going to have drainage problems. And so we want to look at these things together, and GIS helps us do that. Terrence talked about the pavement condition assessment. We did a pavement condition assessment for the entire city. And can we map that system in GIS? And I'm going to show you some of that. And what we were looking for is deficient areas so we could put into the work program. But we don't want to put areas into the work program until we know if there's other things that we need to treat there, like stormwater issues. So the pavement condition assessment basically covers the area that we covered, and areas in simple colors. Red is bad, green is good, and yellow is trending toward the bad. Yellow are areas that we want to look at. And what we did is we went down each street and we took video cameras and we went out and spot checked work, and we went back into the office and we plotted everything. Okay? And we gave everything a condition rating. Those numbers there from 1 to 100 is that rating of that segment in asphalt. And we use several conditions to kind of put these ratings together. And we are going to duplicate this in the stormwater approach. This is what we did on pavement, and then when we get stormwater, we can see that particular road or segment has a 72, but it might have 100 when it comes to a stormwater asset. Stormwater might be really good on that road. So what you try and do is you try and look for areas where you have both poor pavement conditions and poor stormwater. Then you can make real good decisions on your capital improvement plan. Every single segment, you can go down. Anybody that has access to it can click on each photo, and you can see the photos that were taken as part of this pavement condition set. And when you have a GIS program, you can actually load photos in, which is what we did, so anybody can kind of look and see what the conditions are. And again, we're going to duplicate this with stormwater. What we have now on stormwater is we have some line diagrams for the city. We don't have attributes. We don't have information. We may know where a stormwater catch basin is. We may know that location. But what we don't have is this. We don't have diameters. We don't have make of pipe. We don't have the age of information. We don't have information that gives us real good data moving forward to make decisions. So in the end, that's what we hope to achieve. That's what we're going to achieve. So what we do, again, wrapping this whole thing up real briefly, is we look at the effectiveness of the existing system. We try and categorize stormwater issues using age, severity of flooding, and a bunch of other factors. Age is tough because we may not have age. So in some areas, we're going to do physical inspections. We combine that with GIS so we can look at multiple assets in the same area. You just turn on layers. You don't want to go down a road and then come back later to do stormwater. You need to address it all at the same time. And it gives us a visual approach and a geographical approach to addressing all of our CIP needs. So that's the short of it. So if you have any questions, I can answer.
And real quick to add, the obvious next question, and it's come up with our discussion about water and sewer, as water and sewer generally runs in most of the roads. Mr. Lowe was kind enough to provide a memorandum that's included in your packet on how his work in the utility special district will dovetail with these other two projects, and we will be finally able to deliver to you a worst first analysis of where we should invest our limited infrastructure dollars to get the most bang for our buck. And with that, staff is here to answer any questions the council may have.
Madam Chair.
Can't get it to cut off.
Mr. Bailey.
I'm sorry, it won't cut off.
Yes, sir.
So one of the slides, I believe, had these numerical numbers. Was that a draft, or is that where we are correct currently?
That is numbers out of the draft pavement analysis that was included in your backup.
So pavement analysis, does that include like where we have catch basins and where water, I guess, builds up after a storm?
No, that would be the study we're about to conduct. It was literally the condition of the asphalt. So spider cracks are those longitudinal cracks that you see as you drive linearly down the road, potholes. There are other elements and evidence of aging and deteriorating asphalt. So that analysis was strictly limited to pavement. And I will let Scott jump in if there's any extra.
No. Please, let me just ask the question before you go off to explain something different. I'm trying to find out. So the pavement analysis, that's different than the other analysis where you determine whether or not the infrastructure is still, I guess, substantial. So you said you're doing a pavement analysis and then you're doing an asset analysis, correct? So meaning if there's any underground stormwater catch basins or piping or something of the sort. You just showed us something that had a 12-inch diameter for, obviously it was a different city, but I want to understand what should we expect in the difference between the two.
The difference between the two, as you saw on the graphic that has been completed, will simply give you an analysis of the asphalt itself. Driving roadway condition, is it too bumpy? Is it about to deteriorate? Should you expect potholes? The study we're undertaking with this work order is about the stormwater infrastructure. As you said, catch basins, drainage pipes, canals, control structures, all of the elements of our stormwater system that help keep runoff and rainfall off the roads, out of houses, and moving it into its final destination.
Okay, so the stormwater infrastructure and the asphalt infrastructure being completed separately under this same work order, or was the asphalt analysis already done?
The asphalt analysis is complete and was done under a previous work order. This is a new work order to facilitate compliance with the Florida statute.
My next question is, so what is this? What is a work order? Because I was looking for this resolution to reference a contract. So is this, it's not AE Engineering currently under a continuing contract?
Yes, sir.
And this amount, would that not necessitate just doing a whole new contract, or is that already encompassed? And is that phased in? Because $269 for, I think, about 2 months worth of work, I want to know exactly who's working on this.
So architecture and engineering services are governed by CCNA in the Florida statute. We went through the CCNA selection process and put 4 firms under continuing contract. So being that we have a master umbrella contract with these 4 firms, anytime we give them a scope and a task, it's a work order, not necessarily a standalone brand new contract, because we have this overarching contract with them. Some of the work tasks may be $2,000 or $5,000. Anything over the manager's limit of $25,000, that work order must come back to council for authorization. So we're here because this individual work order is over the $25,000 limit of the city manager.
Okay, that's perfect. So similar to how we've seen with the fire station projects, there's an itemization of the different professionals, be it engineering, architecture. Like, why don't we have that for this one? Like, if we're going to finish this in 2 months, what exactly does that encompass?
Well, this project will not be completely done in 2 months. We're going to get to the compliance portion for the state of Florida in 2 months. There will be a lot of back and forth and perfecting the data and the graphics on the GIS that will extend through the summer. So in the proposal that's in the backup, there are phases, and in those phases, obviously the most important being making sure we're in compliance and providing our information to Palm Beach County on time, and then we'll be able to fully develop the GIS and rectify any irregularities in data or something like that. But this is not a 2-month project. It's phase one, getting compliance with the Florida statute must be done in that timeline, and then the balance of summer is when we work with their team to get a product that is complete in the way of the GIS.
And when that GIS is complete, then that's our system now?
Yes.
They just transfer that system to us?
Yes.
And we maintain it from there?
Yes. We don't currently have a staff member to maintain it, but there are individuals on staff that have GIS skills. We are looking to fill open positions for GIS so we can do the maintenance in-house.
Well, not necessarily. I just want to make sure that we own it, because I can tell you of a few areas that I don't need to do analysis on because I'm not an architect or engineer, but clearly the water builds up, there's no catch basins, and the catch basin further down the street carries the water further down the street. And, you know, this has been a long-standing complaint, specifically in my district, along the areas between Avenue S and Avenue T, and I'm sure we've heard about it, but, you know, that is exactly what I wanted to find out. If we're going to create a GIS system, that infrastructure, at least according to several homeowners, has never been done. And when the water rains, and that was perfect because I heard the gentleman mention the pitch literally flows right down into the yards of some of these folks. And I want to make sure that we have a system going forward that's going to be able to monitor, like I think you said, the worst is going to be the first, which I would hope, I'm not prefacing, but I would hope that that is definitely in consideration, because it literally happens every time there's a storm. There's basically a pool of water in 5 or 6 of the homes that's on that block.
And so you can imagine with a project of this scale and with the graphics that we're trying to deliver, you're going to see us again third or fourth quarter of this year to give you the ta-da. Here it is, here's how it works, drive it around a little bit so we can show you what it is that we have as a deliverable for this project.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, have any other questions? Is that where we're at right now? Questions? We're good? You all finished with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right. Item 10D.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe our presenter for Riviera Beach Cares is ready, and I think we have the presentation all queued up.
All righty. Come on up, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you so much. All queued up. Awesome. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present to the council. Thank you for your support this past year, your Felder, city manager, and to the community. My name is Terry Ferguson. I am the president and founder of Riviera Beach Cares, Homeless Coalition for Families. We started the organization in late 2018, and I want to just give you a brief background. Some of you may know me from working with Bridges at Riviera Beach for many years, and during that time there were many families who came in need of shelter. Around 2011, 2012 or so, shelters disappeared from Riviera Beach, not just Riviera Beach, but Palm Beach County. And by shelters, I mean emergency crisis shelters for families. All went under one system, which required a process. That process got bottlenecked and became lengthy, so families didn't have any place to go. Next slide. Our goal is to connect, support, and empower. Our vision is to create a unified, informed, and trained system of care to engage the community and support families who experience loss of residence. During my time there at Bridges at Riviera Beach, many stakeholders would come to us having no solutions for families. Everyone wanted to help, and besides going in their own pockets, and many people ran out of their own resources, they didn't know anything to do or where to go. And when they would call the different systems that were in place, again, because of processes, there were many, many delays. Next slide. So with our vision, one of the very first things that I wanted to do was to be able to put a system in place for the city of Riviera Beach. Because again, everybody was calling and there were no answers. So we put a system in place. Our mission was to provide a safe, clean shelter for families with children under the age of 18 within 12 to 24 hours of their homeless crisis. Next slide, please. This is the board, Ms. Deborah Wilson, myself, Ms. Ann McLaughlin, Ms. Sabrina Harris, and Ms. Tamara Wembley. And it all is a volunteer board. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are at the end of our first year, and I wanted to come back and share what our impact has been over this past year. So then, as I explained, prior to Riviera Beach Cares, there were no local systems of care in place to assist families experiencing homeless crisis here in Riviera Beach or in Palm Beach County. And again, I'm talking emergency crisis shelter where they would be able to walk in and get a place to stay. Now we have a proven coordinated local system of care in place to refer families who are experiencing homeless crisis for shelter and then refer them on for additional support. Next slide. I wanted to share with you what incoming referrals look like. So for this first year, we had a total of 42 incoming referrals that were actually processed and put through the system that we put in place. The largest referral source was the city of Riviera Beach, government and community-based agencies with a total of 10. And then we also, towards the end of the year, started receiving referrals from 211. I have to say this was all through word of mouth. There was no money really put towards marketing or anything. The word just kind of got out and people started calling. Next slide. Does the family identify as a city of Riviera Beach resident? So this chart just shows you that 40.7% of those families that we screened were Riviera Beach residents, and they had, documentation to prove that. Another 48.1% were not, and then we had some who were unsure or maybe didn't want to say. Those 48.1% of families mostly came from West Palm. Some actually came from out of the state, and the system that we had in place was able to identify that. Next slide. So those that were successfully referred, we said the number was 42, and they go through a triage system to determine their eligibility and for the local system of care. Then those that were successfully sheltered, that number was 12 families. So 100% of all eligible families were sheltered within that 12 to 24 hour time period, most in less than 8 hours. The number of children that included was 66 children under the age of 18. The total days of shelter that we provided for these families for the year was 199 days. Next slide. So this kind of goes into expenditures. Before I explain this, I want to also say that in addition to sheltering the families, we also did a deep dive family needs assessment with each of the families to understand what their situation is, and then we linked them to other services within the county to be able to support them. And then some of those families were a lot of hard work, were actually housed. We had 3 families that were actually housed, and that took a long time. A lot of work. Okay, so our expenditures for 2021, you see that the months of December and July were our busiest months, and the blue represents shelter. The yellow represents food, so we also provided emergency food for families. Transportation refers to mostly discounted bus passes and in some cases gas for the car for them to either get to the work or to get to the hotel so they could be sheltered. We did do in the month of December for those families that we were sheltering, we did provide them with gift cards. If they had 2 children, they got a $100 gift card. If they had 3 or more children, they got a $150 gift card, and that was voted on by the board. And then the last item, of course, is license fees and training. And as you see, the majority of the money went towards sheltering families. Next slide. So this is just a summary, again, another way of displaying that last data, showing you that 85% or $20,927 went towards sheltering families. The 5.1% food and the holiday, and again, that's direct towards the families. And then we had 9.5% for our operating expenses, which was like $2,321. Next slide. So according to Realtor.com, 2021 saw a year-over-year increase in rental rates of up to 19.3%. So many of the families that we sheltered came to us and said, hey, our rent went up $500 and we can't afford, we can't afford this, we got evicted, what have you, or the property was sold out from under them and they had no notice and they were evicted. Most of the families that we sheltered were working families. Some of them worked 2 or 3 jobs, and they were not able to sustain their families once the rent increased like that. Point2homes.com records an increase in Riviera Beach at 20.1% of their rents. Realtor.com projected that rents will grow at a rate of 7.1% in 2022, outpricing far too many of your constituents. Next slide. So we want to be able to continue to grow and to serve. We are submitting for grants. We are having our first kind of large fundraiser this year in order to raise funds. We have increased our social media presence to increase our brand awareness so people know that we're here. And we are looking to you again, hoping that you will continue to support our efforts for Riviera Beach Cares.
All right, thank you. Did we have any questions from the board? Question or comments? All right, thank you so much, Ms. Ferguson. Appreciate it. Thank you for the update. All right, Madam Clerk, we're on 10D.
Resolution number 038-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a change order with Brothers Construction of Stewart, Florida, to restore landscaping, irrigation, landscape lighting, and construct bulkhead replacements in the amount of $2,267,111, and a change order with Erdman Anthony of West Palm Beach, Florida, for costs associated with design and construction management of bulkhead replacement between the Grand Bahama Bridge in the amount of $223,800, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to transfer funds from project number 21008 in the amount of $58,973, project number 18098 in the amount of $27,903, project number 22010 in the amount of $75,000, project number 22012 in the amount of $22,000, project number 18099 in the amount of $28,255, project number 21010 in the amount of $700,000, project number 18077 in the amount of $380,300, project numbers 18101, 21014, 22018 in the amount of $1,198,601 to project number 18097, and make payment foreseen from project number 18097 and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comments on this card. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 38-22.
Madam Chair.
Councilman McCoy?
Yeah. Ms. Anthony, was there a reason why you didn't give the actual name of the projects and just the amounts?
No, there is no reason. Besides, I couldn't keep up, couldn't really see what I was reading. I got confused in the amount, so I was following by my fingertips. But if you would like me to do so, I will do so.
Well, I think for practical and legal sufficiency purposes, oh, perfect. There's the attorney, but I think you have to read the title in full, if I'm not mistaken, especially if it's printed on the agenda. Ms. Nguyen?
Sorry, Mr. McCoy, I stepped out. Can you repeat that?
So she kind of went through 10D, but she didn't name out the projects in which we're going to be redirecting money from to fund this. But aren't we required, because it's printed in the resolution, in the title, that it be read in full, including the name of those projects?
Was the entire resolution read, including the North Ocean Boulevard landscaping, et cetera?
Correct.
Project numbers?
The project number,
Project
but the
number.
project, the title was not. In other words, the name of the project was not read.
So the entire resolution wasn't read?
Okay.
It should be.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to go ahead and read it over, please?
I'll start it over again. Let me just underline.
You want me to read it? I think I can handle it with my glasses.
It's kind of.
Go ahead, clerk. please.
Okay, I am. Let me underline so I can tell the difference. So it's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a change order with Brothers Construction of Stewart, Florida, to restore landscape and irrigation, landscape lighting, and construct bulkhead replacements in the amount of $2,267,111, and a change order with Erdman Anthony of West Palm Beach, Florida, for costs associated with design and construction management of bulkhead replacement between the Grand Bahama Bridge in the amount of $223,800, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to transfer funds from project number 21008 entitled North Ocean Boulevard Landscaping in the amount of $58,973, project number 18098 entitled PW Traffic Calming in the amount of $27,903, project number 22010 entitled Sidewalks Citywide in the amount of $75,000, project number 22012 entitled Striping in the amount of $22,000, project number 18099 entitled City Welcome Sign in the amount of $28,255, project number 21010 entitled Municipal Facilities in the amount of $700,000, project number 18077 entitled Parks and Rec Master Plan in the amount of $380,300, and project numbers 18101, 21014, 22018 entitled Singer Island Dune Restoration in the amount of $1,198,601 to project number 18097 and make payment for same from project number 18097 and provide an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Public Works, Mr. Lewis Johnson, and City Engineer, Mr. Terrence Bailey, make this presentation.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. As you will recall, in 2020, the council approved a contract with Brothers Construction to rebuild the bridges in Palm Beach Isles. We made wonderful progress on that reconstruction. The bridges near North Ocean are near completion, and as we moved to the western bridge at Grand Bahama, we've been under construction for a number of months. As you can see from the backup and the report provided by Erdman Anthony, there are some graphic pictures in that backup showing stress and distress of king piles, the seawall, I know some of the council had an opportunity to go out there to personally witness the issue and the concern of the residents. While I understand it is unfortunate to have a change order of the scale of magnitude. Once this is complete, we as a city will not have to look at and or address these bridges for at least 30 years and probably closer to 50, as this is a full and complete reconstruction and restoration of the bridges in this area. With that, I believe the backup is pretty voluminous, and it has, like I said, a lot of pictures and full explanation of the situation and the solution. So staff stands ready to answer any questions the council may have.
We'll go to public comment and then we'll come back. Do you have, by any chance, have a presentation with the pictures on the slide where we're able to show them for the public, or no?
No, we did not do a presentation as it was in the backup.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Ronnie Rosenberg, Friedman, and Leticia G.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Ronnie Rosenberg Friedman, and I am the Secretary of the Palm Beach Isles Property Owners Association. The president could not be here tonight. He had a previous engagement, and he asked me to send this message to you. Good evening, council members. My name is George Williamson, living on Fairview Lane, and I am president of the Palm Beach Isles Property Owners Association. Also, I'm joined by William Contol, who is a longtime resident of Riviera Beach and has lived on Grand Bahama
Can
Lane
you
for
come up a
30
little bit to the microphone, because it's kind of
Okay.
hard? And pull it up maybe, just a little
Okay.
bit.
That better?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to start over?
No, you can continue.
Okay. Unfortunately, we were unable to attend tonight, but we would like our comments to be placed in the record. We both appreciate the efforts the city has made to improve the infrastructure of Riviera Beach by undertaking the repair of these bridges, which have been deteriorated to unsafe conditions. Certainly, it is one of the most important functions of our city government to maintain its infrastructure. These repairs are essential to the future of our city and to increase the tax base in the neighborhood. We both appreciate your support and urge you to vote in favor of approving these much-needed repairs to our city infrastructure. Respectfully, George Williamson and William Contol.
Thank you.
Leticia G.
It's okay.
You can
Good
state your
evening.
name.
Letitia Nazo.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much, you guys both, for being here, and thank you for everything that you guys do, and thank every one of you for everything you've done. I've been working on this project since 2015, so some of you have been over to Palm Beach Isles, some of you have not, but I've worked with you guys constantly. I've been on top of this project as the Palm Beach Isles Property Owners Association bridge liaison with the city and with Brothers Construction. In 2015, when the infrastructure had reached the end of its useful life and replacement is needed, was the quote given to us by the engineers at that time. It was a nice way of saying, if we don't replace this, it's going to fall down. And that's exactly, I think, what started the sense of urgency, because then back in 2017, there was a plan created. In 2019, the budget was approved, and right before we started the plan or the program back in 2020, they found more infrastructure deterioration. I don't know if you all remember that. It was right on the beginning entrance as you pull into Palm Beach Isles. They had to shore up the seawalls. That was completed on on Island Drive as well. The work has progressed since then seamlessly. You guys hired the right company. They've done a phenomenal job with the supply chain issues, the drought of employees, things like that. The progress, I'm telling you, we're at the final end. We can't control deterioration. We have now found new deterioration on the seawalls at Grand Bahama. We need to spend the money to replace it. We really do. I don't want to be standing here and coming back 2 months from now or even 2 years from now because it wasn't done and then something else has happened. If they fix it now, or if you approve the money to fix it now, we'll never have to talk about this again, like somebody else just presented. 50 years, it will outlive all of us in this room today. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. That's the last one.
That completes public comment.
All right. Comments or questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
just a comment that, I have been over to see what's been going on over there, and it's kind of shocking. It's very shocking. I think we had no idea when we opened that area up that it was in such bad disrepair, and the water literally gushes out from the cracks in the infrastructure. So this is becoming a serious life safety issue for the people who have to come and go over those bridges. So I strongly recommend that we approve this expenditure.
Any other questions or comments?
And Madam Chair, just for the record, I plan to be here alive in 50 years. I may not remember this moment, but I plan to be here. So just want to state that for the record.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Evans, I concur. Me too. I'm going to be here. My question, this is not a question, but so we're moving monies from other projects, and this is unrelated to the item, but from a holistic perspective, as far as our capital projects are concerned, I know you just published where we are with our capital projects online and made it available to us. Obviously, this is going to impact some of those projects, correct?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The projects that we looked at to utilize to cobble together the money for the purposes of this particular project, we do not anticipate that it will adversely impact any projects that are ongoing. Most of the funding that was pulled together were projects that, as it relates to where they are in the process, that the departments were not going to spend down those monies, and so additional monies would be requested as part of the fiscal year 23 budget, but it was going to be funds that the city would look to carry over into next fiscal year if it wasn't being expended. So we looked at all the capital budgets for this fiscal year and identified which ones we were able to utilize the funding there to facilitate that. So there's no ongoing projects that we would have to stop or defer. It's just where we think we will be at the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I don't know if you answered my question, but let me clarify. So since I've been here, with the exception of the project that we've just, I don't know if it's completed now, the only public works traffic calming project that I've seen was on West 13th Street, and I know we received some dollars in support of that. There's not been any city welcome sign projects done since we've been here in 2019, Mr. Evans, unless that's encompassing maintenance, but there's not been any creation of any city welcome signs. So my question is, are we going to update the capital projects plan to reflect this? And not only that, be my suggestion, because of stuff like what we've seen occur with the Palm Beach Isles bridges, should we be starting our whole budget process earlier in the year so that we can actually take an opportunity to see some of these things similar to how members did for Palm Beach Isles?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With respect to the welcome signage, we didn't want to move forward with that.
Your microphone went out.
With respect to the welcome signage, we did not want to proceed forward with that signage or any wayfinding signage because we are going to go through the community branding process. So we didn't want to go forward with that particular project because we are going to be bringing an item to you at your next meeting to facilitate a community branding to be able to have that presented to the community prior to the centennial birthday for the city. As it relates to the budget process, we are in the process of assembling the information and the data from staff and then putting that information together, and then we've already got our tentative budget schedule so we can share that with the board. But we are going to be starting the budget process with the first item that we would look to bring to you all is a overview of the financial conditions of the agency, but we've already started the internal budget process and assembling the data. But there is no adverse impact to any projects that we have going on. If there is projects that are being deferred, they're being deferred because there is studies or analysis or research that's being done as a result of those capital projects.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Evans, and I appreciate that. So, particularly, I would like, because, you know, we sit here and we actually vote on a capital projects plan every year, it'd be very useful for us to be able to see exactly what we're voting on. You know, we authorize monies for certain projects, but we do that from sitting behind the dais. So, you know, I know the invitation came for the Palm Beach Isles, and I had scheduling conflicts, but after reviewing some of the backup documentations, I certainly would never, ever want to see us in a situation where we could even closely resemble some of the things that went wrong in Surfside. So I certainly want to make sure we take care of it, but I would like to see that we have an active role in knowing exactly when we set aside capital project plan dollars, what that looks like and what that's going towards. So that's my request. Perhaps any other member doesn't want to, but I would certainly like to see, especially given that we get called out, particularly like I mentioned between Avenue S and Avenue T, that there's flooding every time there's a torrential storm for 45 minutes or longer. And that water literally winds up intruding into individuals' homes. So, you know, that's why it's important for us to see not just the problem, but what we expect that when we set forth these dollars, what they should be used as and how we get there. So that's my request, Mr. Evans. Thank you.
All right.
Madam
Any
Chair.
other? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know that you've said this, Mr. Evans, but I just want to make it crystal clear to everyone who happens to be living on North Ocean Drive. We will be putting these items back in a subsequent budget, in the upcoming budget, so that the landscaping on North Ocean Drive will take place. It's just been temporarily deferred.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
We will be requesting that the board consider.
Yes. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
that's exactly why I wanted that we have all of the projects read into the record so that folks, we can operate government in transparency. If we're going to take money from dollars out of my district or out of, you know, improvements, let's make sure that we say where the money is coming from and where it's going. In fact, not just for that reason, we're required to do it. If we read a resolution, we have to read the entire resolution, and we can't decide to leave out information because it may seem discriminatory in some nature that we're doing certain projects in certain communities and we're taking money from certain communities. But let's go ahead and say it on the record. I support it, but I think we should just be, you know, transparent about how we're going to do it. That's all I have. Thanks.
I had a question. I know when I came out there to view the area, and I mentioned about a traffic light, that option is not feasible. Do you not recall?
Yes, having a skinnier bridge with a traffic light,
Yeah.
for anybody who's been to Torrey Island, similar to what they have in Belglade, going out to Torrey Island with a
Right.
one-lane bridge.
Right.
We looked at that. Understand though, a traffic light is probably a couple $100,000 item, and the city would be required to maintain it. And you can imagine those things always fail Sunday night at 2 in the morning. And the traffic light and the one-lane bridge in the dark is an issue. We did look at it. It wasn't really a viable option considering the residents that had lived back there for so long to eliminate the 2-lane bridge that they have and go down to a 1-lane bridge with a light. But per our conversation, we did look at it extensively and did not think that it was a viable option going forward.
Okay, that's all. Yeah, I didn't get an update from it when we were out there, so I was just trying to find out, was that something we did take a look at? Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, it's 7:27. I guess we could go ahead and get started on our public comment instead of going into the next item. Please be reminded, the City Council has adopted rules of decorum, public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards is now closed. Kent Pollock, Deja Brooks Hamilton, Danielle Underwood.
Good evening. My name is Kent Pollock. I am a resident of in Marsh Harbor, the gated community. And I'd first like to say congratulations to all of those that were elected for this term. We have about 2 to 3 years, depending on when terms going to expire, to kind of get ourselves together. I think that in this last election, those last 2 meetings, the meeting before the election and the last meeting, there were some things that happened that kind of so much divided the community. And I think that now that we started, it's a new day. Now is a good time to start to heal and mend from all that drama that took place in that last election. So I congratulate you all, and I encourage that you guys be serious about I don't think there's anything that can divide you so much that you can't just get along. You don't have to agree on everything, but I believe that when you come in this presence, that you should have the impression or make us kind of believe that you guys are all on one accord. You don't have to be. We're not inviting you out to dinner or anything. You guys don't even have to hang out. But in this setting, I believe that you should portray, since these people in the audience, myself included, have voted you in, you guys should always act like you're on the same page. What you do after that is what it is. However, at that point, you really should show that unified force where you're just on the same page. And at this time, I also want to say that to any senior, mature young adults, 55 and older, if you're not a part of the Lindsay Davis Center, you might want to consider that. If you know any seniors that could qualify, come on out. They have a great program over there. I'm involved in that program. There's stuff to do Monday through Friday, starting at 9 a.m., and there's a lot of entertainment and things that are taking place. As a matter of fact, I think the first Friday in April, they had a 70s dance for seniors. So, I mean, there's a whole lot going on. 29th Street, R.L. Henley. Any seniors you know, invite them out for the program. Shout out to Miss Oates and Miss McCullough, 2 outstanding people.
Thank you.
Deja Brooks Hamilton, Danielle Underwood, Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Delcia Brooks Hamilton, and the reason I am here today is to speak on Pangea's history and to ask the city for assistance in keeping Pangea a part of the original project. Now, in 2015, Riviera Beach put out an RFP requesting minority restaurant operator. I was the original respondent, the only one. I submitted a letter of intent along with a proposal to the assistant CRA director at the time, which was Scott Evans. I spoke to project manager Mark Blumke. He reviewed my documents, informing me that I won the bid after scoring the highest points. He then referred me to the CRA director, the CBRE broker, Nicole Fontaine, who sent the original proposal along with the lease agreement to me. She then instructed me to submit my business plan, get a developer, my architect, and rendering. These requirements were met, which took time, money, hard work, and effort. Now, in 2018, I was then told the project was placed on hold due to a lack of parking. I've lost my original investor, my time, money, due to the CRA mismanagement of Phase 2 project. Pangea does not exist until this day for that very reason. The vision was to create job opportunities while generating revenue for Riviera Beach. People's lives have been directly impacted by what has transpired here. Pangea has been a part of the project from the start, and I'm asking that we finish what we started. And sorry, guys. Yes, I'm asking that we finish what we started. Pangea should remain the featured restaurant, and that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting to be given the same opportunity, just like everyone else, especially since I followed all the rules, all the guidelines, and met every single qualification. I would also like my request to be placed on record. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Danielle Underwood, Margaret Shepherd, Mary Bram.
Danielle Underwood for the record. Once again, I'm here to speak about the same stuff I've spoke about for the past 3 times, but I guess it falls on deaf ears. I do want to speak a little bit about the PD, and I hope that everybody would take a look at the way it's structured now and welcome the new chief and give him a chance. Man's got thrown into a job to do and a mess to clean up. And all you see on Facebook and all you see in the general public is a huge race war and a huge controversy based on politics. Everybody that's up here has their sides, but everything that's on Facebook goes against what's going on right now in the PD. And all these people that are getting moved around and whatever's going on, just give them a chance. I mean, I know I was here last meeting and the man welcomed me. And from the moment that I spoke to that man, from that point on, things have been getting done. I've been getting people reaching out to me. I've had an investigation opened. Finally got my body cam footages. And it's something you all should see. All 5 of you should spend 5 hours and 19 minutes and watch it. And I'll gladly give it to you for free if you'd like a copy, because I have it. I'm going to start handing it out on every street corner because it's something you all need to see, including you, Mr. Evans. By watching that body footage camera, you will be amazed and you will be astonished at what you see. And all bullcrap aside, let's put kids first. My kid's traumatized. I'll never get my kid back, guys. My kid is disturbed from this. I will never get my child back, ever. It's very upsetting. For what has gone on in this city, I will never get my child back. She puts chairs in front of the doors. She closes every drape. She's scared crapless from what has happened in this city. And some of you that sit here were present the day that happened, so you know what I went through. So I am asking that every single one of you, I'm actually not asking, I'm demanding that every single one of you watch 5 hours and 19 minutes like I had to and feel the pain that my family has had to feel because of officers doing biased things for people who have businesses in this city, allowing convicted felons to threaten my family to the officer's face and not arrest the man who did that. It is uncalled for. This city gets money from the people who have done this to my family. You really need to look at what you're allowing to happen in the city of Riviera Beach. People come to visit this place. Blue Heron is known. You don't want people visiting and knowing that there's a racial war and political BS. Let's end it. Let's give the new chief a chance to fix the mess that you guys have going on. And if that can't happen, look into turning it over to the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd, Mary Bram, Doretta Polk.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
Well, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. 76 years old. I thank God for all his many blessings. April the 4th, I had to go to the Cleveland Clinic. They found a little something, and they said they had to operate right then that day. So I had a little heart surgery. but I'm back. They said, Tori Sabul, I'm a little tough. But anyway, I want to talk on a subject, a couple of them, I'll come back. The election, the Funky Cafe, I'll get back to that. But most of all, Mr. Evans, I got a call from one of our club members, and they were talking about Nehemiah Stentz. They said he was demoted to be a secretary. I said, demoted? What? Because all you know, Nehemiah is nothing but a gentleman. Never hear nothing from him, talk very soft. These guys are trained up under him. The Caucasian guy that was before him, he was kind of rough, and a couple of them told me they were going to jump on that man. And I said, no. But Nehemiah has done this job, I think, a little over a year by himself. The Caucasian man never came out. Nehemiah was always out in the sun. I don't understand it, Mr. Evans. And now, since you are the CRA director, I need an answer. I need an answer. What happened? Who demoted him? How did the demotion come back? Because when you say Nehemiah, you got a winner, Mr. Evans. When they fired you, this whole city went into shambles. I mean, it was horrible to see our city go into the way we go. But I want an answer. And with that, I thank all of you for your kindness to me. I thank my family for all the presents. I don't know about Cash App. I had to get my grandbaby to do that. But I do take checks. I take credit card. Whatever you want to send me. You want to send me a dinner? I am open to the suggestion. Please don't leave me. I take pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters. I got a bank in my house. So don't feel like you say, well, I can't give a night. Get them pennies. They will add up. And with that, I want to commend you on your election, Mr. Lanier, Mr. Lawson, to all of you. You're back into the saddle again. And that's moving this city forward. I don't want to feel ashamed by that election because I was ashamed. Somebody said, where were you? I was hiding. I didn't want nobody to know I was a part of this. But I had to go out and get the absentee ballots. And I wasn't feeling well. And make sure they want to go way down the Southern Boulevard. I did it. But now it's on the second run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Bram, Doretta Polk. Bonnie Larson. Mary Bram, Doretta Polk, and Bonnie Larson.
Good evening, Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. I would just like to say a happy birthday to one of our very own good employees, and he's here working CRA. His name is Christopher Anders. His mother will celebrate her 91 birthday. So her name is Regina. A big shout out to her. And also, Miss Patricia Copeland Johnson has been promoted Postmaster General over in Gainesville. The first black female woman to be appointed to that position. So we wish her very well. That is Miss Roseanne Brown's sister. So we are well aware of that, how you can climb up that ladder. Also, I would like to say on April the 1st, we had the 70th senior dance, and boy, was it at the dance. You should have seen us in all of those. What did I say? It was a showstopper. It was the rolling 70 look. So we did it. Also, I would like to say congratulations to Mr. Evans for that achievement award that will be awarded to him for his outstanding academic achievement in leading. That's something that you boys should be proud of. And I would like for you to make mention of these things here. We're going to set a new course in how to govern and how to do your notations for the general public to be involved. And also, too, you. See, he heard what I said. You are awarded a budget presentation, and it is 4 categories to it: proficiency, excellency, and most of all, distinguished. Mr. Evans, please expound on that in your public comment, because the general public need to know these things, and you all do not share them out. I'm gonna do something very briefly here. On last Friday, April the 8th, we did the ribbon cutting over at Azira Estate, which is now Stony Brooks. And I forgot to thank these nemesis. I thank the rats, the roaches, the mold and the mildew, the children screaming and crying and yelling, women and men pleading and begging for mercy, Revere Beach Police Department SWAT team. Then Miss Bram gets over there, and they said, stand back, Miss Bram. See, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. So you see what happens when we do things to make a difference? That is a landmark. That's history here right in this city. And it is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And I have to say, too, Miss Bram here and Dr. Botel, they awarded me and Miss Botel and named that build-up community
Thank you, Ms.
center.
Brown.
Thank you. So you all get
All right,
on
who's
the ball
next?
here.
Ms. Polk? Thank you, Ms. Brown.
And sign my book, too. Thank you.
Doretta Polk, Bonnie Larson, Cindy March.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Doretta Park, and I was unfortunate I wasn't able to be here for the last meeting, but I want to congratulate each and every one of you for your re-election to the council, each and every one of you. And I also want to congratulate, as Mr. Bram said, Mr. Evans being awarded from his alma mater, UCF. Congratulations. What an honor. What an honor. And I also wanted to thank the Public Works Director, Mr. Johnson. He's been working with some of the neighbors, the neighborhood that I live in, and helping us solve a problem concerning upcoming hurricane season. He's been very diligent in trying to help us, and I think this will come to pass. And I thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. And I just want to also say that, which I always come and talk concerning, because I'm very concerned about us showing kindness and freely generosity and the graceful spirit, and show compassion, not bitterly, not begrudging, but gladly rejoicing in kindness to everyone on this board. Please, let's start out being kind to one another, showing compassion to one another. And that's basically what I want to say. Because Mr. Charger McCoy, not the last meeting because I wasn't here, but a couple of meetings before that, you said at the end of the meeting, Mrs. Park, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And I turned around and said, because we were leaving, I said, okay, young man, just lower your voice and we can talk. And we had a lovely talk. We had a lovely talk. Mr. McCoy, Council McCoy, and I was telling you some things we talked about, which was between me and you, and I was saying about behavior. Yeah. You put down your head, then you brought it up, and you said, okay. That's what you said, okay. And I said, you have a blessed evening, and I really, really thought this was definitely going to be okay.
Thank you, Ms.
But you are
Paul.
right, young man.
Thank you, Ms. Paul.
When you know better, you do better.
Ms. Paul.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate everything.
Next, please.
Thank you.
Bonnie Larson, Cindy March, Lloyd Brown.
Bonnie Larson. Good evening, everyone. I have
Good evening.
scattered thoughts here, but I want to make sure you hear them tonight. I read that our water, well, we had been told our water was going to go up 30% in 5 years. Now, that may not seem like a lot if you have a high income, but we have a lot of seniors in this city. And when you say 30% on your water, that's a lot of money for people. People are struggling now, and if we go up 30%, it's really going to put the hurt on people. But then I read in the paper that that had been negated. So I just like a confirmation on that, that's not going to happen. The project which we showed tonight, I didn't see any parking there, and I'm always talking about increasing our parking, because usually we have like only 2 parking spots per unit. So we're talking 6 lots with 2. That's 12 duplexes. That's a lot of people. How many parking spots do each one of those duplexes have? So like I said, that's 12 new residences there. And we want people to be working. They have to have a transportation to get to work. Where are they going to park? Where they can never have company, Christmas, forget all those things, because there's no parking unless we increase it. 2 parking spots, that was probably back in the 50s, and now we're at 2022. We really need to upgrade the parking in the city. On the new residences and new complexes like this, are we mandating they have hurricane protection and impact windows, things like that? Are we requiring that? If not, we really should. At one of the last meetings I went to, they talked about putting food trucks in the parks. And I think we might be sending a conflicting message to our people here, because we want our kids to get out and play and get away from the technology for a little while and work off a few pounds. But if we have them going to the park, that's good. They can maybe play ball or whatever kids play these days. But if you put a greasy food truck right there in front of them, what are they going to do? Their exercise is all down the drain. And we have a lot of people, our insurance rates show it, Found Care mentioned it. Everybody mentions the health issues in Riviera Beach. So is putting a food truck right in front of these kids in the parks, is that the best thing to do? Let's think about that, because we talk about having healthy alternatives here. So let's think about that food truck where the kids are supposed to be playing. Disclosures. When someone on the council disagrees with one of the items, we hear that, and then at the next meeting they come back and they reverse their decision because they say, I talked to this developer. It would be nice to hear not only that you talked to that developer, but what was your conversation with him? In other words, what made you change your mind on the situation? So let's elaborate a little bit more, because at the first meeting you say, absolutely not, and the second meeting you come back and said, I talked to him and now everything's fine, now I'm happy. Let's have a little more disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy March, Lloyd Brown, Dale Holness.
Good evening.
If you can, talk about it, because I've asked this question several times. When can we get an answer about the ballot that was supposed to be picked up by the sheriff deputy on the runoff election about 5:53? I was in the parking lot when he addressed that he was told to pick up some ballots from the city hall. When have we started keeping ballots at the city hall for the sheriff deputy to pick up? And he did give the address of 601, so he very well knew where he was coming to, you know. And also, thank you, Trodrick, for announcing about itemizing and titling the items about where you're transferring the money to, because I would have put in a comment card. But me not knowing what you were talking about, I have to cram everything in my 3 minutes now. Because you all keep talking about infrastructure with the bridges, that's fine, because we are having problems with bridges. But what about First Street and all the west side? What about the adequate street lighting when you're about to run on a curve or hit somebody because you don't have adequate street lighting on the west side of town? Why everything on Singer Island? Why you're not fixing up Kashama Miller area? Why Lanier not putting in more voices for her area? Have you all taken time to ride up and down First Street like I asked you to? Because you all don't live in that area doesn't mean that it does not need to be fixed up. We need help on the west side. I did not vote for Lanier. I'm not just pointing fingers, but I'm going to call out the issues because we bigger than a free turkey. We bigger than school supplies. We bigger than toys that you get for the Dollar Tree that you take over in Stonebrook, which was a deplorable condition. And then you had the audacity motel to put you and Graham's name on that community center. You know whose name should have been on that community center? The people that stayed in the deplorable residence. And thanks to Lady March, that's why the ball got rolling before you all terminated her for doing her job. Everything last gonna be first. Everything first gonna be last. And anything else gonna be caught up. You all gonna get caught up with the foolishness because you all are not looking at the big picture. Fairly cannot vote on the issues. People put you all in, whether I like you or not, whether I can agree or disagree. The people that voted for you all put you all in office to represent their district, and you're not doing a great job at all. You sitting there with that smirk on your face because you don't have to worry about running into a pole at night because you don't have adequate street lighting. You don't have to worry about having a kid that can't go over to Wales and swing on a swing because all of it was taken up. Stop misleading the voters. You all got to get with the issues and stop with the personal vendetta. You can talk about angry attitude, but he does his homework. And I'm not praising him because I don't know him like that, but I give credit where credit is due. The man does his homework. He asks the hypothetical questions.
Thank you, Ms. March.
Lloyd Brown, Dale Holness, Dolores Williams.
How you doing?
Good evening.
It's not as exciting as it was. Do you hear me? Yeah. Like last week. You know, when I was talking about the people in the council, I was referring to the whole council, you know, being the black ones. But apparently it hit somebody's nerve. And I just want to know this. When it's our time to talk community comments, how in the heck can you have somebody from up there interject themselves in there so they can answer me back because of something I said and it hit their nerve? I mean, and is there ethic, I think I'm getting that word right, committee, because you know Will Smith slapped the guy, they fined him, you know, and what's this other guy, CRA shot the bird and they fined him. They made Will Smith, he can't come back for 10 years. Why can the people on the council do these different things that I don't think are ethically right and talk any kind of way they want to the individuals? Because I ran across an individual that ran into a council member. He was taking a sign out of his yard. This council member shined the light on him and said, "Let me see your hand." He want to act like a police. He tell the man, "Let me see your hand. Why you taking that sign out?" And this in this man's yard. See, I mean, don't come in my yard telling me. I ain't going to say that word, because I'm going to tell you like this. That's my property. And you can't act like you're a police, shine flashlight, and the person knows what I'm talking about. And then you can't pick a person in the crowd out there and say something about them. That's not ethical. That's not even right. So what y'all going to do? Y'all just going to let it go on and on? Now, I'll get kicked out of here if you tell me to be quiet. You'll run the police to me and I'll get kicked out of here. But when one of y'all do it, you can, I mean, like I'm saying, you interject yourself in something that I'm talking to you about, and it's my time, and it don't mean a damn because it's my time. Because you're on the council, you're not a police, you're not really supposed to be controlling things. We supposed to be controlling you because we put you in there. You supposed to represent us. And I don't see no representation, so like if you want to take it, if it hit your nerve this time, and then you talking about somebody talking about affordable housing. How in the hell this person get to build all these houses in this one lot? He must have some kind of way in the city. He got somebody around his finger or got he around their finger, whatever you call it. He's manipulating somebody, all these little lots. I know people who own them lots because I lived here all my life. And they couldn't put anything in them lots because the lots were too small. Now how in the hell now they come in, they building houses in 2 by 4 acres. I mean, not acres, but foot. A room you can't even stick your hands out in.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next.
Dale Holness, Dolores Williams, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening.
Elder,
Good evening.
Chair Anderson, Vice Chair Lanier, Commissioner McCoy, Lawson, Botel, City Manager, City Attorney, City Staff. Good evening. My name is Dale Holness, former Mayor of Broward County, candidate for Congress. I'm here to congratulate Councilmember McCoy, Lanier, and Lawson on your reelection. And thank you for your service to the people of Rivera Beach. Elections can be very difficult. Strong debates, and hopefully good ideas comes from them, but not always. I know how difficult it is for you to serve and please everyone. It's a tall task. However, those of us who have served understand how important it is that we do everything we can to get the best results possible. And I've seen improvements in this city over the past few years. So certainly some good things are happening. Not everything's perfect. I've seen the infrastructure improvement that you're undertaking, the fire stations that you're working to build. And I'm grateful that Ms. McNeil, NCO, is on the team. I've known her quite well. She does great work. I'm here to listen, to learn, to get a good understanding as to the needs of the city, should I ever get that chance to serve you at a higher level. I'm certainly impressed by your goal to build great neighborhoods and achieve prosperous, resilient, and sustainable economy with priority to develop and attract new economically sustainable development which fosters environmentally good quality, creates vibrancy, and creates a unique sense of place. I think you're on the right track. And certainly, with the infrastructure bill that passed, there should be some funds coming in to help you on your way as you build and strengthen your infrastructure here in Rivera Beach. Again, I'm Dale Holness. Thank you for giving me these few moments to greet you. And thanks to all of you for your service.
Thank you.
Dolores Williams, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To the council, the mayor, all the elected officials. I have several things I want to talk about. Mr. Johnson, you met me, right? Where's my speed bumps? You put a flashing thing there. The kid went in through the windshield. I haven't gotten anything. And for the streets and the lights, I went to West Palm Beach on all this Main Street where they're going to turn. They got all reflections so you know not to go over the curb. I don't see any of that in Riviera. The speed bumps, they holler about the west side. I'm going to still holler about the west side because I live on the west side. And I want to say one thing. When I was at the ribbon cutting, I think they made a big emphasis about that. I don't think it should have been those two names put on there. If there was on there, they should have had some other people names on that plaque. When I was coming in, and when the council person was coming into, I went out and come back. Our mayor, he was coming in too, and a security guard came up and told him, "You cannot go in this meeting and you can't be on this property." I asked that man, I said, "What you say?" Master can say, "You know what he said, Ms. Botel? You invite him." That security guard said, "No. Ms. Botel told me not to let you." It took y'all an hour and something before he could get inside. I walked into that security man. I said, "You say you're security?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Can I shake your hand?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm security for the Church of God in Christ." God, to do the right thing. He could not come into that meeting, and he had to sit in the back. Bishop Master name should have been on there. A lot of names should have been on there. Miss Lanier, I thought your name should have been on there. That was your district. That should have showed
What was being done in your district? They just took it away from you. I felt bad for you. I wanted to come up and say it to you. But I felt like your name should have been on, not just speak on the program, engraved on a plaque. You the district well on St. Island. What you over here getting a name from the district person here? Now I want y'all to stop this mess and stop this threesome up here when those brothers speak or say something. We want this city to run, but we gonna stop it from doing that threesome. It's not the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. We gonna change that. And Blue Heron, the name of the centennial, you didn't want to name my first president, not the first if you go back in history, Obama on Blue Heron. Go across? Okay, let's rename it. Take it off the old Dixie slave thing and put it on Blue Heron. Now, as y'all say, your main corridor? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to watch you close. We're going to keep your feet to the fire. And I will be getting back up more.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
J.B. Dixon.
J.B. Dixon
Good
from Singer Island in Riviera Beach. I'm really tired of hearing people talk about whose name is on that plaque. First of all, the city did not decide whose name would be on that plaque, so it really has nothing to do with the city of Riviera Beach. Millennia, who redid Stony Brook, which was a disgrace, into a place that is clean and almost beautiful,
We got
they
to keep the
decided.
chatter
It was
down
up
in the
to
audience,
them.
please.
It was up to them. And I'll tell you why they had Julie Botel's name on there and Mary Bram's name on there. And that was because they not only encouraged Millennia, held their feet to the fire, tried to solve their problems, instead of the usual naysayers, complainers, whiners, and criers who come up here with only the complaints. Speaking of the complaints, do you know that group that came in and threatened everybody and said how horrible everything was at Stony Brook? Don't you think they should have shown up and said, wow, what a great job you guys did? Not a word. Not a word from the complainers and the whiners and the criers, because they couldn't collect union dues anymore. So it was Julie Botel and Mary Bram had a lot more to do with that. And they don't even bother to defend themselves, because why bother with the whiners and the criers? I'd like to comment a little bit, speaking of Azure Estates, on what Ms. Ferguson said in her presentation about homelessness. We have found, those of us who actually do something for Azure Estates, as opposed to somebody who simply wants to talk about who should get credit for it, we have found that there's an enormous increase in the amount of homelessness among working families. And we were called, we meaning Forbes, Friends of Riviera Beach Schools, we were called in because we had collected furniture for some of the apartments for the children's rooms. And there are families who, being evicted from their homes, also do not have the money to put their things in storage. So if and when they finally get a place to stay in subsidized housing like Azure Estates, they come with literally the clothes on their backs and maybe a bag full of clothes. We found a family with 5 children sleeping on the floors. And so we got in there with beds and sheets and mattress covers and furniture. And that is not our mission. Our mission is our school children. But that's how bad it is, because if you have anything that you're not using, you should support that.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you. Mr. Evans, do you have any responses to any of the questions that may have been posed?
Madam Chair, yes, in regards to a staff member of the CRA that was referenced, I do not speak about personnel-related matters in a public forum. I don't think that's the appropriate forum to discuss those items. The other comment that was made about the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, the city did receive its 5th consecutive GFOA award, which is awarded to which is awarded to about 1,700 government agencies nationwide for their budget presentation being a transparent tool that communicates the goals, vision, and the finances of the city in a way that the public can understand. And so this is something that previous to 2017, I think the last time the city received such award was like in 1996 or what have you. And so we've been able to receive the award consecutively for the last 5 years. And then the comment as it relates to the ballot or the sheriff's department picking up ballots or what have you, I will answer to the best of my abilities, but I certainly will defer to the clerk. During the election is ran by the supervisor of election, who has the responsibilities with regards to the collections of ballots and works in collaborations with the sheriff's department and takes a more of a prominent role in elections. So that's probably where that situation occurred. Ms. Anthony can provide additional perspective, as you know, I was not there to be able to have a conversation with said individual.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the office of the city clerk was not involved in that process. I was not aware of anyone picking up ballots. So that is a question that needs to be deferred to the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections office, as I am not aware of what their process is when it comes down to the close of business on election night.
And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much. All right, item 10F.
Resolution number 049-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, ratifying the termination of the contract in part with Devland Demolition and Site, Inc. for the demolition of the former City Public Library and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
All right, I have a motion?
Oh, so moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Public Works Director, Mr. Lewis Johnson, and the City Engineer, Mr. Terrence Bailey, make this presentation.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair,
Good evening.
Council, Mr. City Manager. As the city staff launched a reimagined Riviera Beach, the public library on Congress was completed in 2021. Staff promptly moved to demolish the old library at the City Hall campus. Devlin Demolition was awarded the work order to conduct the demolition. Early in the project, Devlin ran into a few issues, including the insurance and permits. As staff worked with Devlin Demolition, staff requested multiple schedules to get the project back on track. Devlin Demolition was unable to provide quality service and commit to the project. Thus, the item before you is to execute Article 5, allowing the city to separate from Devlin Demolition. Staff recommends moving on to the next vendor who is ready to take on the project. While we are working with this issue, some incredible training with our public safety partners has occurred and will wrap up by the end of the month. The new vendor will be on site and have the building on the ground by the end of May 2022. The staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board? All right. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, thank you so much. TNG.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the resolution heading that's printed on the agenda contains an error. So I will be reading from the resolution itself, wherein you all have been provided a copy of the corrections that have been made by the city attorney. Resolution number 055-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the execution of real property sales agreement between the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency and Triangle Commerce Behavioral LLC, HMDF LLC, acronym HMDF, HMDM LLC, acronym HMDM, and Riviera Beach Property Inc., acronym RBP, as is more specifically described in the agreement, at a purchase price of $771,000 plus applicable closing costs, directing and authorizing the chairperson and mayor to take such actions as shall be necessary and consistent to carry out the intent and desire of the agency, providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, in the body of the resolution, you will see that there were also revisions made in the third whereas clause, where it previously read, whereas the executive director has negotiated the purchase agreement, semicolon, and it will be revised to read, whereas the executive director / city manager has negotiated the purchase agreement. Section 2 will be deleted in its entirety. Section 3 will become Section 2, and it will read, the City Council authorizes the mayor and the chairperson of the City Council to take such steps as shall be necessary and proper to carry out the purposes hereof. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 055-22.
Second. All right, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this item before you this evening is a purchase agreement with the City of Riviera Beach as well as the CRA to acquire parcels both on 14th Street and 11th Street. It's pursuant to conversations that we've had with the City Council as well as conversations that have occurred with the Planning and Zoning Board about a facility that was anticipated to be located within the CRA. City staff has worked diligently working with the City Attorney's Office as well as with the CRA staff to facilitate what we believe to be a purchase and sales agreement that allows for us to move forward with Phase 2 of the townhome development on 11th Street and then additional opportunities for workforce or affordable housing on 14th Street. As a result of the work that staff has done, there has been appraisals that have been done on the property, and the Planning and Development Director for the CRA, Mr. Scott Evans, will speak on the value of the properties as well as the strategic location of the properties, and then the attorney for the CRA, Mr. Chris Smith, will speak on the nuances associated with the legal agreement, and then it is anticipated that if this item goes favorably, then the subsequent action will also be handled on the CRA agenda to memorialize the relationship. It is anticipated that if this goes favorably, the person or the entity that owned the properties that was looking forward to constructing their facility would relocate their facility up to a property adjacent to Kindred Hospital and the Healy Center to facilitate the development that they're looking to do there. Also, there has been a lot of work on the development services side as well as a legal counsel to assist to get us to this particular point. Certainly, staff apologizes for the information getting to the board, but we were working until 3:30 where we received confirmation from the property owner that we are to proceed, as well as receiving confirmation that they have executed the agreement at 6:06 p.m. So we have been working diligently throughout this particular process. So at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Scott Evans.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam
Good
Chair,
evening.
And members of the City Council. The three properties that we're proposing to acquire under this project, two are located side by side on 14th Street, and it's on the south side of the street between Avenue E and Broadway. And that's the former proposed location for a detox facility. And so the CRA is looking to acquire those two pieces, as well as a piece that's located on Avenue E. And the piece that's located on Avenue E is directly adjacent to two properties that the CRA owns. We actually own the property to the north and the south of the property that we're purchasing. So the three properties, we've had them appraised. And we had them appraised originally in December of last year, and then again recently on March 30th. And the more recent appraisal appraised the property's total value at $710,000, and that was more than the appraisal that we got last year, because we think that the property market has significantly heated up since that time. Additionally, when we had the property appraised, we identified the strategic value of them. One being that by trying to redevelop the neighborhood around the 14th Street properties, we feel that there would be significant decrease in our ability to bring new projects to that area if a detox facility was located there. So we think there's strategic value in acquiring that property and bringing a residential property project to that area. And the property that's located on Avenue E is right in the middle of the property that the CRA owns, so it has great strategic value because we've identified it as the area that we want to bring our next phase of the townhomes to. And the townhome Phase 1 project is located directly adjacent on 11th Street, and then this property would allow us to bring the Phase 2 project all the way along Avenue E, and we would control the entire block if we were able to acquire this property. So it has great strategic value to the CRA, and as a result, we've been able to negotiate with the property owner to purchase the properties for the appraised value plus 10%. And that's, during our negotiations, the CRA has previously paid appraised value plus 10% for properties before, and we set that as our limit in our negotiations, and I think we're fortunate that we could come to agreement to acquire them for that rate. This is also amending the CRA budget in order to pay for this, since the CRA will be acquiring them, and that amendment will modify our capital projects budget for two projects that have not proceeded. So those dollars are left remaining unspent. And so on the CRA side, we would amend our budget to provide $800,000 in total funding to acquire these properties. And the capital projects, one was for lighting on the Blue Heron Bridge, and that's actually over 5 years old. And after many permitting issues, the project wasn't able to proceed. And the other one was for community room, which was going to be located in Ocean Walk Park. And because the fire station didn't proceed in Ocean Walk Park, those dollars were left remaining unspent. So we think that it's very good value. If we can acquire these properties, not only will it allow us to do our Phase 2 townhome project, but it'll also allow the neighborhood to develop without a detox facility right in the middle of it.
Madam Chair, Ms. Evans, I have a question for you.
You want them to finish their presentation and then do the public comment and then come to us to do our questions? That's what we normally do, or is it something that you want to get in right now?
I would like to. I mean, he just spoke of the nature of the agreement. Should I wait? Or
Well, yeah, were you coming up to continue talking? So, yeah, normally we just let them do their presentation, then we go to public comment.
Right, but if I want clarification for just something, why?
I mean, if it's just one quick little something, then yes. But if we're going to start asking the questions, then I want to make sure we get our comments from the public and then come to us.
Okay, well, whoever needs to answer this, I just went through the resolution and also the sales agreement. Why is the city a party to this when I don't see that the city has conveyed any interest whatsoever, but the city's, why is it even here before us on this agenda, and why is the city a party to this, since the city has not given up anything or is receiving anything?
Thank you, Councilperson. The city, the way this agreement first came to us and what we've been discussing for a while was a land swap in which the city was going to purchase the TCC property and do a land swap with this property. This evolved through our constant negotiations into a purchase of this land. But in the purchase of this land, there were certain assurances and certain dialogue that the city had to have with the seller to assure that he will be able to move to another area and say get a fair shot at the development that he's trying to do. The city is a part of this because of the nature of the agreement and getting him to sell this land so that we can acquire it and promote what the city wants in that area and move to another more desirable location for his facility.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
But I understand what you're saying, but you said that there were certain assurances that was offered by the city. None of those assurances that you said that was offered by the city from when you guys initially started is encompassed in any of the resolution, nowhere in the resolution, nor is it encompassed in the sales agreement. And to be a party to an agreement, I would think there has to be some sort of consideration. I don't see any given or received by the city.
Well, there was negotiations between the city's building department and the seller and the CRA. So the building department was in constant contact and actually helped negotiate part of this contract on behalf of the city. And as you see in the resolution and some of the recitals of the contract, the city is also stating certain things regarding the negotiations that we've been having. If you look at some of the whereas clauses in the property sales agreement, where the city, if you look at the recitals, the city is a party in those recitals and are making certain recitals as it relates to the negotiation to move the project to the TCC property.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
The resolution I have in front of me, 05-22, this is the marked up version, the last whereas clause, and this was very convoluted. Staff recommends that the city approves the purchase of the property subject to completion of the required due diligence. I don't understand why the city has any interest in making a recommendation or even authorizing the purchase if there's no other considerations.
Well, I'm looking at the sales agreement. If you go to the sales agreement.
I'm here and I just Googled city and I went through, I searched city and I searched Riviera Beach and I couldn't see where exactly the city had any obligations under this contract.
Madam Chair, if I may. Under page 3, section 4, TCC parcel zoning, that speaks to the items that Attorney Smith was speaking on.
Okay, so, but what's the consideration that's offered by the city or received by the city for us executing this document? Obviously, we've been parties of a tri-party agreement, but I don't see where the city gives up or receives anything, and there's no assurances that's guaranteed for or by to be received or executed by the city in this. So, I don't see why the city's even taking this up unless I'm missing something.
The consideration of the city for the city is moving this project from an area that the city wants to redevelop into an area that is more suitable for the development.
Well, the city doesn't determine that. The code determines that, Mr. Smith. And quite frankly, if this deal was to fall through, then what cause of action or relief does the city have? According to the agreement I see, there's nothing for the city to benefit. There's nothing for the city to lose. The city is only making, I don't even understand, and I'm not, unless you give me some better answer, there's nothing in here that benefits or there's no consideration for the city either way it goes.
Mr. McCoy, the city, in that section 4, the city is acknowledging certain uses apply to the property. That was a condition that the other party needed in order to move forward, to have some insurance.
Hold on, Mr. McCoy. Let her finish, please. Go ahead. Ms. Nguyen.
And that's the consideration, if you will, or the interest that the city has, is providing those assurances and acknowledgments to the other party.
Well, Madam Attorney, you would know this better than me, being a member of the bar, and both you and Mr. Smith, but I've only been a member of the Planning and Zoning Board. There's no agreement that we can enter into that's going to suggest what our code already says. our code is our code. So if our code changes tomorrow, this agreement is not enforceable. So I don't understand why we need to recite what our city code says in an agreement that the city's not really a party that's not receiving anything and certainly not conveying anything.
That's part of what the agreement says, that there are uses that the property has that, as long as they're not inconsistent with the code, will apply here, and we set that out for them.
Well, you might as well put Trodrick McCoy as a party then. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, there's not any consideration being given, and obviously that is one of the elements of having an agreement. There has to be some consideration. I yield back. I don't need any more clarification.
Okay. Did you have anything else you wanted to speak? Okay, so we'll go to public comments, and then we'll come back to the board.
Mary Brown.
Good
Is
evening.
this 10G about the detox, passing the ordinance for the detox?
Yes, 10G.
Let me tell you something. P&Z board turned this down, and we expect for this board to do the same thing. If we are building up all in this area here, that is not a suitable location for what we need to have in that area there. We, myself and others, we were at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. We voted this down here.
Ms. Brown, they're looking to move this out by Kindred, and so there's kind of like a land swap that they're going to do.
Don't take my time.
I'm just explaining to you that what you're saying, you can hold your time. What you're talking about, what was denied, was for them to build right here off of Broadway. They wouldn't be doing it here at Broadway. It would be out by Kindred Hospital off of Military.
It would not be in the location
No.
here right there.
No.
Because that was not suitable. Now, what you're saying is, I would like.
You can start the time.
Okay, where is this anticipating on being at again now?
Go ahead and finish, and we'll talk
I
afterwards.
know that it was not staff finds that proposed 25-bed detox facility would not create the proper mix of uses that would create a surge in the area and promote future redevelopment of the Avenue E car area. So therefore, not consistent with the CRA design. And if we are a city, we have to build great neighborhoods and put things that are amenable and great in those neighborhoods. We got detox centers here in Palm Beach County and elsewhere. Our house here should not just house all of that. If we are to build up our neighborhoods, we talk about neighborhoods all the time, how we can build them up and what we want in our neighborhoods. We do not want that in our neighborhoods. And then wherever it is, we don't want it. We say no. We say no to this. Wherever it is going, we say no. Because we want to be able to build on our property so that when we build, others will come and see us. Now, if this is the decision of the board here, to put this anywhere in our city, we're going to say no. No, we are a city of 30, 36, or 37,000 residents. And we need other things that is not detrimental here to our neighborhoods. So I don't care where it is. We don't want it. And we want the board to say no. No to this travesty. Because it would be a travesty for our neighborhoods. And you can't tell me. We see all of this happening now. All within our city here. It is other things that we can put in place here to kind of deter them. When they get homeless, the police department take them out on Southern Boulevard out there. We feed them. We cannot keep doing this to our city here and red tag our city like this here.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
So we say no anyway.
Thank you.
That completes public comments on this item.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I just wanted to kind of thank staff because the negotiations and discussions and concerns of the residents for bringing the facility to a specific area was worked out, and most importantly, I want to thank the owner of the property, Sam Rogatowski, because because I believe that his efforts and ability to want to relocate this property gave us a working unit of land to be able to develop our downtown corridor. One of the things, though, one of our speakers did make a mention of is just saying no. We don't have the ability as policymakers to just say no. We have to actually address our comprehensive plan and our master plan and make sure that our land use is properly outlined so that we can determine what's being developed in certain areas. Without the supports of that owner, we would have been in a world of trouble because that lawsuit would have come against us because we do not have a master plan and comprehensive plan properly outlining what we want to see in that corridor. So, again, thank you, Sam, because we need to get this done. My first concern is, though, to Councilman McCoy's point, why is this on the city agenda and not just on the CRA? Because looking at the sales agreement, it simply outlines a statement on page 3 that the city is consistent with the city's land use that a facility can be developed over there by the VA. But this doesn't actually give any transfer of ownership. This doesn't give any requirements to the current owner, or something that I heard a term called contract zoning. We can't even make a true statement to say that we're going to allow for him to develop there at the time. So I think that this should be an item that we just take up on the CRA versus on the city side, because this essentially has nothing to do with the city's process. Nothing's being conveyed or transferred by the city. No land or money is being transferred. So this agreement outlined just in the city, I think, needs to just be on our CRA agenda. And I think to that point, that's why Councilman McCoy wanted to make those comments prior to us getting into the item, because essentially us ratifying this item is not valid if we do it on the city side and not just on the CRA. And I think those were most of my comments for the moment, Madam Chair.
All right, any other questions or comments? So I do want to just, obviously Mr. McCoy and Mr. Lawson are still concerned about the city being listed there, and they're not totally clear as to why it's on the city agenda. Is someone able to explain that so that it's quite clear as to why we brought it before the city?
Well,
to provide better understanding for everybody.
Right, as Councilman Lawson mentioned, Mr. Rogatowski has been negotiating this for about 4 years now. And we've been deeply negotiating this for about 6 months now. And honestly, in any negotiations, there's an avenue of trust that you must have to work with the other side. And because of past actions of the city and past actions that have happened regarding this property, we originally did the land swap in which the city would be a party, because Mr. Rogatowski, in order for him not to pursue his detox center in that undesirable place, wanted certain assurances from the city and wanted the city to be a part of it. Now, as Councilperson McCoy said, there has to be some benefit to the city or some consideration for the city to be a part of this. That consideration, I still contend, is by relocating this detox center from a undesirable place within the city that the city wants to redevelop. And part of the negotiations was that the city continued to be a party to this, and that the city does acknowledge certain things. We did not do any contract zoning, and that's why you got this agreement so late in the day, because there was many iterations of this contract, and there was some contract zoning in it. But luckily through legal counsel of the city, luckily through legal counsel of the building department, luckily through the hard work of your staff, those things were taken out of the contract. We are up against a deadline, but it was part of the negotiations to still have the city within this contract with some of the statements that are in here. It's not, we did not agree to anything that could get the city in any jeopardy. We did not do any zoning within this contract. We did not do anything that the zoning does not permit within this contract. but as part of the negotiations and part of the inducement to make this deal happen, that happened just 3 hours ago, it was keeping the city in it to make certain statements within this agreement to make this, to further induce the seller into selling this property and moving this undesirable use into another part of the city.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Mr. Smith. I completely agree that the intent is just to make our seller comfortable with the terms of this contract, because legally it's like a handshake agreement based upon
I don't think your mic
saying.
is on, or it's not working or something. Okay.
Better, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
It's more of a handshake agreement that we're making right now with the owner and the city, saying that we're just putting a statement in here to make him comfortable. If this is not going to put us in any jeopardy or liability, I'm absolutely supportive of it. But I want to make sure that both of our legal counsel is taking a look at this, so it's not going to be a concern or an issue with the city being involved in this arrangement, because essentially we have nothing to do with it. All we're saying right now is we're making a statement. And if that's what the seller is comfortable with signing, and I'm appreciative of Sam and the work that he's done and what he's done in multiple communities, and the fact that he still wants to bring a treatment center and facility to our area and work with us in locations where it's going to be put near a hospital, I'm absolutely supportive of it. But that is my concern legally with the document, that as a city side, we're essentially putting a statement in here, and it's not going to put us in any jeopardy on the down the line.
Councilperson, I can assure you, you've had 3 different attorneys, I guess, working for the city in different silos, all working on this document. You've had your city attorney, Attorney Wynn, that have looked at it from the city council side. You've had the attorney, and I don't know his name, from the building department, from an entirely different firm, an entirely different silo, looking at this document and parsing every word. And you've had myself, for the past week, living this document. So I think we're in a place now where I'm comfortable with enough different attorneys representing the city in different entities and different silos that have not put the city in any jeopardy with this document.
And also, Mr. Evans, Jonathan Evans, I want us to make sure that we move forward with supporting and assisting Mr. Rogotisky in developing this facility and processing what he's doing, because taking a look to give him as much support as possible within our code and within our law to get it done, because this has given us a plot of land that's going to allow for us to move forward with our development of our townhouses and the additional retail wrap that we're looking to build in that area on Avenue L. So let's get it executed, let's move it forward, and let's support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
And I can assure you that if the language that's incorporated in Section C of the contract is not in the contract, we're not before you this evening, because that was a pinch point for the other party. And so obviously, as we work through the nuances associated with this, it was critical, and that was the section that took the most discussions and negotiation between all parties, was this particular section. And so I did want to share that with the board, that if we were to bring an agreement that was just going before the CRA and didn't have this language, we wouldn't be at the point where we'd be looking to acquire these parcels.
All right, thank you. And I do want to say that, I certainly appreciate the staff and Mr. Sam for trying to locate another place for this facility, because that was not something that the neighborhood thought should be there. I do think it would probably be a better fit if it's considered to be like a hospital, and moving it out there where we do have other medical facilities. It would not have it right in the backyard of people's homes. So provided we were able to make this happen and get this as a even swap and give us an opportunity to be able to build up in that area for things that we want to do in terms of the Broadway corridor, I think that this is probably our best position here. So if we don't have any other comments, we'll go ahead and you do. Go ahead.
So actually, and I was going to send this off to both attorneys and also the manager, but here's one of the things that we're tasked with, and I have to often ask myself, and this is probably something that we should all consider: do I make the best decision, or the right decision. And respectfully, Madam Chair, to your statement, the neighborhood didn't want it there. Quite frankly, if the neighborhood didn't want it there, Madam Chair, that's the opportunity for us to bring forth a comprehensive zoning or land use change so that we can take input from the community. But what I don't want to see, and I know this is coming up on the agenda later, is that we find out a developer or business wants to come into this community and we rush to change our zoning regulations because someone dislikes it. You know, you can't be any more unfair than that. When a person purchases a property with the expectations of building under certain developmental land regulations, I don't want to be the person that stands in their way. That is what's wrong with government. That's bureaucracy. So I'm going to, out of those two choices, I'm not going to go with the best. I'm going to go with what's right. And I think the precedent has already been set. I served on the Planning and Zoning Board, and I just came across a memo that we've had from our prior city attorney, Pam Ryan, and this was relative to substance abuse, detox facilities, and rehabilitation facilities. And I'm just going to read 2 sentences out of it. And this is why I don't support us doing the best decision. I would support us doing the right decision, because the right decision is always right, especially when you're consistent. I mean, best is a matter of opinion. Best sometimes changes the lifestyle of the community, changes the makeup of the community. But quite frankly, I think we can rest on being legally defensible if we go with what's right, not a contract or a sales agreement that says that the city acknowledges that we want to work with these people. The code already sets forth that. And in fact, this memo, and I'll share it with the administration, sets forth, as the city develops its regulations, it will comply with the law by providing for a systematic, reasonable accommodation process for the residential components of rehabilitation facilities. So, be it detox, substance abuse, sober home, call it what you will, I think the precedent has already been set. And this was as a response to detox facilities and substance abuse facilities coming in our communities without us having any regulations. So whether or not we put it in the agreement or not, if the code permits it, I don't want to be the one to stand in their way. Let's figure out why we're here to get the code changed. And even more so, I mean, whether you agree with it or not, this agreement means nothing. We have things in our charter right now that we're not even following. So to create or suggest that an agreement is going to make us better off, I just don't agree with it. That's why, I'm still kind of holding my nose and voting, because I don't know what the city stands to gain or lose in this item. And if we don't pass it on the city side, that has no effect on the agreement, none whatsoever. And quite frankly, I just think we're creating more problems when we do these specific carve-outs. So that's all I have in debate. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to send the email to you guys from September 7, 2011 from our city attorney at the time relative to these items.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up, and this is why from day one I've been addressing our comprehensive plan and code. We need to look at it holistically. We need to address it so that we can get it updated, so we don't run the risk of being in this situation again, because we'd be in a world of trouble if Mr. Rogantinsky decided to move forward with his facility, because our code says that he can. So we're thankful. Like I keep saying, we have to be understanding that it's good that we dodged a bullet, but we can't just keep saying we're going to dodge these bullets. Let's address this comprehensive plan. Let's make that a priority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Let me ask one question. I just wanted to know, does all CRA real estate transactions come back to the city for approval, as the CRA is a dependent district? No? Okay. I just thought that certain transactions that dependent districts had through CRA must be approved by the agency that created it, which is the city.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go.
If it is an issuance of a bond.
Oh, that's how it comes about? Right, because I'm thinking because the CRA only exists because the city does. And it would make them a dependent agency with the transaction, but it only happens with bonds. Yeah. Very good.
All right. Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson? Yes. Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Item, discussion and deliberation, item 11A. Thank you all so much.
Madam Chair, we have 10H.
10, I thought that was Botel's thing. Oh, no, okay, add it late, I'm sorry. 10H. Put my glasses on, I could see.
Resolution number 045-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding a contract to Blue Water Marine Systems, LLC of St. Petersburg, Florida, as the manufacturer of the Marina Floating Dock Project in an amount not to exceed $1,115,410, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the proposed contract, authorizing the city manager to execute change orders not to exceed 10% of the total contract award, authorizing the finance director to establish a budget and make payments for same, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 45-22.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Finance and Administrative Services, Mr. Randy Sherman, make this presentation.
All right. Again, those of you that are having conversations, I know you think you're whispering, but it does carry up here, and we can't really hear the people that are speaking. So please step out if you need to have a conversation. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sherman.
Good evening, everyone. Randy Sherman, Director of Finance and Administrative Services. The item that you have before you is what is known as a completion contract. We're asking the City Council to approve a contract with Blue Water Marine Systems to assume the contract that was awarded to Marine Tech in 2018. Back in 2018, went through an RFP process. We only received one proposal. That was from Marine Tech. Marine Tech also did phase one. The contract was for $2.174 million. It was to construct docks E, F, and G. Marine Tech has finished E, has finished G, and has finished the fixed portion of dock F. Prior to working on the final portion of dock F, which is a 300-foot floating dock, which will provide us with 600 lineal feet of dockage space because we can dock on both sides. Marine Tech filed for bankruptcy. The bankruptcy court has completed, and the city received no relief from the bankruptcy court. So we found ourselves in a position of trying to find another contractor to complete the project. We did go out and talk to 2 manufacturing companies. Even though as a completion project, you do not have to go through a formal solicitation process. We did, again, talk to 2 manufacturers. Blue Water actually provided a very similar, if not the same product that Marine Tech provides at a lower cost than the second company. So this contract is for $1,115,000 to complete the floating portion. The key issue here is the fact that this dock is subject to a fine grant where we receive 50% of the project back, but the project has to be completed by the end of September. Blue Water has made that commitment. They've already been on site. They've already started bringing materials together with the anticipation this contract will be approved. We may have supply delivery issues, but this is one of the reasons why we want to get this in front of the council as quickly as we can. So I do apologize that this did get on the agenda late. We didn't receive the contract from Attorney Cunningham until Tuesday. We actually didn't receive the signature pages back from Blue Water until today. But again, we're trying to make the best of a not so good situation, but we want to finish this dock. It is a very high revenue generating dock. Seven Kings believes that they can bring in between $25,000 and $40,000 per month off of this dock. So within 2 to 3 years, this dock is paid for itself, and we will be able to maintain the fine grant. And I can take any questions that you may have.
Madam Chair.
We have public comment. We'll go to public comment, then we'll come back to the
Madam
board.
Chair.
Yes.
It's really difficult when someone gives a presentation and you want clarification for something for you to go to public comments and then come back.
But that's, if you could just jot down your comments, because we want to get the public's view, and then we can form our.
This is a city council meeting.
I understand that.
No, I don't believe you do, because what I'm saying to you is that I should not have to wait until after public comments comes, because our only requirement under the law is that we have public comments before we make a decision. But if I want to ask the finance director to clarify something he just said, that he said on the fly that I just picked up, I mean, to ask me to wait around afterwards is a little bit unreasonable when this meeting is not a public meeting. On the agenda, it says it's a city council meeting and the public can participate. So, I understand what you want to do, but it just doesn't serve me in my role as being a council member.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we'll go ahead and go to public comment, and then we'll come back. If you wouldn't mind just jotting it down, please.
Bessie Brown.
She's not, is she here? No. All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I pretty much did read the backup, and my understanding is that we have a deadline to meet. And I think that we should probably go ahead and act on it. But basically, if there are any questions with the council people, I would say that you should probably discuss it. And on 10G,
We're on 10H. We're on 10H, Ms. Bessie
that
Brown.
should be brought back with all the corrections, because there was so much stuff read in there.
We're on 10H.
And we don't, but I'm just suggesting.
Okay.
Because there's so much stuff read in there, because you don't even know what it says. You don't even know the final point of what was written. Now that's a statement that I'm making, and because it was some changes, and it was not what's in the actual agenda package.
Thank you. Who's next?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that completes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sherman, what does this come out of the enterprise fund for the marina?
Yes.
And is there a separate, I guess, is this enterprise fund bifurcated between operating and capital?
It is. We have the operating fund that is actually handled by Seven Kings, again, run through books. We have a little bit of operating that's handled internally to deal with insurances and those type of, and then yes, it's a capital fund.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Item 11A.
Discussion and deliberation on MEHOP and IHC-PUD ordinances. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
All right. Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd like to have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, make this presentation.
Good evening again, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
For the record again, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. I am before you to present this discussion and deliberation item related to the city's MEHOP ordinance. So to begin, I will start with just giving an overview of what's currently in the MEHOP ordinance and then discuss what our proposed changes are. So the purpose of MEHOP is 4 points. One is to decrease unemployment by encouraging the hiring of minorities in the construction industry, including minority businesses, skilled and non-skilled labor and professionals. 2, provide a means of increasing the supply of affordable housing in the city. 3, encourage revitalization of the downtown, particularly mixed-use development. And 4, accomplish the objectives of this section through the use of a voluntary program utilizing zoning-related incentives in various zoning districts throughout the city. In order to accomplish these purposes, there are optional bonuses offered through the MEHOP program, and these bonuses vary based on the zoning district in which a development is being proposed. So for example, the RM20 zoning district, it allows, if the developer participates in the MEHOP program, it allows an additional bonus of up to 3 units or dwelling units per acre if the developer participates in the program. And the types of bonuses and the rates of the bonus differs based on that zoning district again. The ordinance allows developers to participate in the program by 1, providing minority employment, or 2, providing affordable housing. An option to a developer that may not be positioned to provide the physical units of affordable housing is to pay into the housing trust fund. So the table here, which is an excerpt of the existing ordinance, you can see again in the RM20 zoning district, to get those additional 3 dwelling units per acre, the developer can pay or build an affordable unit. For each bonus unit they get, they must provide a affordable unit or pay the per unit fee. Currently in our code, that per unit fee is 3% of the sale price of the condominium or a minimum of $30,000.
That's per unit?
Per unit, correct. So now I will itemize the proposed changes from staff for this ordinance. There are 5 areas we are seeking to update of this ordinance. 1 is to update the definition section. 2 is to increase the per unit fee amount for the housing contribution or the in lieu of fee. 3, expansion of language related to the housing trust fund. 4, add the IHC PUD as an eligible zoning district for bonuses. And 5, add resort hotel unit conversion as an allowed bonus. The first proposal is to update the definitions. 1, the definition of affordable housing. We are proposing that it is updated with the most current terms and figures. And then to add definitions for attainable housing, workforce housing, and market rate housing. This is to be consistent with federal and state terminology as it relates to funding and grants for affordable housing. The second proposal is adjustment to the fee in lieu of construction. To secure a bonus under the housing requirements, a developer can construct affordable units or pay a fee in lieu of construction for the units. The current fees were set in 2006 and have not been updated since then. We believe now that we are looking at this ordinance and amendments to it, that now is the time to update those fees. Our existing code has the per unit contribution set at a percentage of the sale price, 3%, and then specifies that the minimum per unit is $30,000. We've done some research of our peer municipalities or organizations in the area as we look at where we should place our fees. So we've looked at the town of Jupiter, we've looked at Delray Beach, we've looked at Palm Beach County, as well as Boynton Beach. We are proposing that our per unit fee is in step with the county. The county establishes its fee based on the cost of living index. And that number is slightly below the middle of the pack for similar programs in the county. So we believe that it is proper for Riviera Beach to establish its new fee at $105,000 per unit for townhome or ownership units, condos. And then for rental units, if a developer wants to build additional bonus units in multifamily, that they would pay $78,000 per unit. The third proposed revision is to the definitions and language regarding the Housing Trust Fund. So again, the in lieu of fee for construction monetary contribution is deposited into the Housing Trust Fund. Currently in the code, there's very little language regarding this trust fund. So now staff sees an opportunity to update and tighten the language around that trust fund and what it is purposed for. So we are proposing the language as follows: to provide funds to the city to use, to provide funds for the city to use to build, preserve, rehabilitate, or otherwise create affordable, attainable workforce housing, and to support the provision of affordable, attainable workforce housing opportunities to income-eligible residents. Land acquisition for the construction of affordable, attainable workforce units shall be deemed an eligible expense of the Housing Trust Fund monies. Expenditures from the Housing Trust Fund must be for these purposes. Additional proposed language related to the trust fund. Oversight of the Housing Trust Fund shall be provided by a team of staff, including but not limited to representatives of city administration, the finance department, development services, and the CRA. A financial report on the Housing Trust Fund account shall be provided to City Council annually on or before October 1st. The fourth change is the insertion of the IHC PUD into this section of the code. The IHC PUD already exists in our land development code. However, as it's currently formulated, no additional IHC PUDs are allowed. The IHC PUD is what was utilized to develop the Marina Grand development, a mixed-use development with a high-rise that provides lots of housing. Currently, our code prohibits them. Staff, because of demand and different types of projects that have been proposed in Riviera Beach recently, we believe this is probably the best tool that we can utilize to properly vet these projects without overhauling our entire zoning code to allow such heights all over the city. So we believe bringing back the IHC PUD is the right step. However, when the IHC PUD was written into the code, it was a different development environment in the city and in the county. Staff believes that certain changes are proper right now to ensure that that PUD fits our current needs.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
can I ask a question for clarification?
Go ahead.
Mr. Sermons, did I just hear you say because of proposed projects?
Correct.
So this is being now introduced because of projects that's been proposed in the city. We're looking to change the language.
Development services staff receives proposals for development all the time, and one of the reoccurring themes is with certain intense mixed-use projects that there's no suitable zoning district to allow them. So the options are either to pick a zoning district and say the height and density and uses allowed in this district everywhere it occurs in the city is now up here. Or this tool, the PUD, allows, if it's reactivated, it allows city council on a project by project basis to say, what is the project? How dense is it? What uses are you proposing? How does it benefit the city? How will it affect the immediate residents? So it allows this type of development on a case-by-case basis, as opposed to us changing our entire, say, commercial zoning district to allow 20 to 25-story buildings. So staff believes this allows city council to make the best decisions on a case-by-case basis for the city and development and the community.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the tweaks we are proposing for the IHC PUD is to keep the height max in step with what the current maximums are across the city. In our most intense zoning districts, the height maximum is 20 floors. Previously, the IHC, when it was allowed up to 25 floors. Staff is recommending that we cut that down to 20, which is the current max in the city and other zoning districts, and most notably our resort hotel and residential condominium zoning districts on Singer Island. They only allow up to 20 floors. So staff is recommending that the IHC PUD only by right allows 20 floors, but if that developer participates in the MEHOP program, they can get that additional 5 floors, which would allow them to expand and make their project more lucrative, but also benefit the city in that we get contributions to the Housing Trust Fund and we can address that public need. So the proposal, although we are focusing on MEHOP for this discussion and deliberation, one of the insertions or amendments to MEHOP that we're proposing is to allow IHC PUDs to be one of the new bonus categories. And they would go from, if they participate, developers would be able to go from 20 to 25 floors.
Paying the extra fee.
Correct. So again, the revisions to the tables in the proposed amendment, table 2, 3, and 4 would include mechanisms and provisions for mixed-use developments in the IHC PUD zoning district to get additional density. The fifth change being proposed is the insertion of a mechanism for post-construction conversion of resort hotel suites to year-round housing units. There are developments that were approved under the resort hotel or the RH zoning district that have a mix of year-round units as well as resort hotel units that are only occupied by their owners a portion of the year and rented out the balance of the year. The city has 7 properties zoned residential hotel. Staff has been made aware of interest in converting resort hotel suites.
You have
to
said
Mr. McCoy, hold on, please.
Right, but you just said residential hotel. You meant resort hotel.
Resort hotels,
Okay.
yes.
So I should have waited to get clarification.
I mean, yeah, probably, because it's kind of making the presentation kind of disjointed. So we just write down the comments, and then once he finishes, then we do the public comment, then we can come to ours. Go ahead, Mr. Sermons.
Yes. The city has 7 properties zoned resort hotel. Staff has been made aware of interest in converting resort hotel suites to year-round residences or condominiums, which would allow owners to qualify for homestead provisions and financing and to eliminate the conflicts between residents and vacationers. Staff is aware that some lenders are struggling with how to finance these resort hotel suites as they don't fit the parameters of a year-round resident. To respond, this draft includes a mechanism for the post-construction conversion of resort hotel rooms to year-round residences up to a maximum residential density of 28 units per acre. Once converted, the owners would then be able to qualify for a homestead exemption and would be also able to secure financing more readily. These conversions would also only be allowed when the required parking per unit is available on site. So before you is an excerpt of what those updated tables would look like. And this is for what those bonus conversions, how they would appear in the ordinance. So IHC PUD would be added. The bonus would be additional height up to 5 stories or 60 feet. Staff is proposing that the developer is required to participate in the minority employment section of the code. And then they would have to either construct or contribute in lieu of construction to affordable housing. The bonus rate would be 3.5% of the sale price or value of the unit, or the new established rate for conversion, which is $105,000 per ownership unit or $78,000 per rental unit. The rate of conversion would be half an affordable unit for every bonus unit that they are able to construct. And we are proposing the same conversion rate for the resort hotel unit conversion to condominium. They would pay half or be responsible for half an affordable unit for every permanent unit or bonus unit that they are able to convert. So with all of that, there are a few policy considerations that staff is looking for feedback on from this body. One is the language proposed relating to the Housing Trust Fund. And again, that is establishing a committee that would oversee expenditures from the Housing Trust Fund. It would also be a consideration from you or input from you about the fee change amount going from the current rate of $30,000 to $105,000 per unit. And again, the reasoning behind that new rate is was mentioned previously, and also we know that there's very little the city can do with $30,000 per unit in terms of constructing new housing for affordability. Additionally, including the IHC-PUD into the MEHOP ordinance, we want to know if council is supportive of that direction. And then finally, the inclusion of the resort hotel conversion. So these are the policy considerations, and staff is eager to hear feedback from the board on this.
All right, thank you. Public comment?
Brian Terry, Wayne Richards.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Mayor, councilpersons, city manager, attorney, and staff. I'm here on behalf of Nautilus Winn-Dixie, along with Brian Terry. So thank you for this opportunity. We have 2 cards in.
Okay, you get 3, he gets 3.
Thank you.
All right.
Once again, this is Nautilus Winn-Dixie Reimagined. We were in the same room on November 10th. We had a phenomenal meeting with the same individuals, wherein we presented the Winn-Dixie Reimagined project to the CRA commissioners and staff. We envisioned a project very similar to the Lake Park approval. The commission here said, hey, let's make it happen. Let's go back and work together and make it happen. And the good news is we have had numerous very productive meetings. City staff settled on the IHC PUD. They said, hey, that's a good PUD that we can use for the Winn-Dixie Reimagined site. As you just heard, though, the current IHC PUD allows for 300 feet, but staff's reducing it to 240 feet. And staff says, well, don't worry, you can use the MEHOP and you can get back your 60. We need the 300 feet. That's critical to this project. We don't object to the MEHOP program, but if we're going to use the MEHOP program and we're going to pay for it and do all of the wonderful things in the MEHOP program, we need to get the full benefit of the reacquired 60 feet. By giving us the 60 feet back in the chosen PUD, the IHC PUD, we need the FAR to be increased proportionally. If you just give us the 60 feet back, but don't give us increased floor area ratio, you now have a smaller massed building. Our project does not work. So we're being a little careful here. We'll go with the plan, the new plan, but you have to give us the full benefit. What did I miss, Brian? Okay. So please consider that. We need a FAR of 6.25, either in the reclassified or redone IHC PUD, or you could put it in the MEHOP as a purchase. We'll be here to answer any questions. Staff has worked phenomenally. There have been other considerations. So the city staff generally gets where we need to go, but for some reason, this MEHOP has jumped up and is bidding us. If it's going to bite us, we at least need to get the full benefit. That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is he speaking as well for his 3 minutes?
We're going to make him speak.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Brian Terry with Insight Studio again, here on behalf of Forest Development. I think Mr. Richards really hit the primary points. When we're looking at the opportunities that are, within this community, within the adjacent communities, and trying to really, again, utilize what we think is a great opportunity, a great piece of land to its best extent, and you know, the IHC PUD is the perfect tool, which really creates that opportunity, not just in this location, but certainly, as was mentioned, other locations within the city. Again, there's the need, and I think what is great about using the bonus program to go allow for the opportunity to get up the additional 5 stories. Again, the only fault that we feel is in the proposal that we've seen to this point is just simply then you're not allowed to capitalize on the same square footage. So the height is allowed for, but you don't get to utilize the square footage that then goes along with that height. So it's almost, it's not near as feasible to actually get the height that's being proposed or would be utilized as the MIHOP. So, I mean, I think that's our request, and just for consideration as you guys do this. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments on this item.
All right. Board questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we not come to some arrangement that would allow for what I believe council, I think unanimously, provided the opinion that we didn't want anything less than what Lake Park has. In fact, we want it to be better than Lake Park. So let's not limit the construction in Riviera Beach to something less than what they've got in Lake Park. I think that we all agreed that that was our desire, to have that spectacular, beautiful building in Riviera Beach. So is there some way to accommodate this larger floor area ratio of 6.25 while at the same time giving them the height that they need through the IHC PUD?
Yes, it is possible, and staff is still actively working on this ordinance as well as the ordinance that would also come to you for the IHC PUD. I would like to state that staff crafts ordinances for the whole city, not for individual projects. So in every decision, in every thing that goes into these ordinances, we have to consider that if every single project builds to the full extent of this ordinance, is that in the best interest of the city? But with that being said, we are in active conversations with the group behind us, and we're confident that we'll find a way to make it work. And it is possible that we make adjustments in the IHC PUD draft language, and it is possible as well that we include something in MIHOP. But we are, again, still working with the developmental community. We do not believe in drafting ordinances in a vacuum. The persons utilizing them and building to them, their outlook is important, as well as they're the primary users of it. So there is the potential there, and we know that we'll find a way to make that work.
Thanks very much. And a follow-up. The resort hotel section, how does that affect the Ritz conversion? If it's 105 per unit and they've got to do two units for every one that they convert? No.
Half a unit.
Units per one. I've got it backwards. Two conversion units for every 105. So it would be, so each person who wants to convert their unit would be in the neighborhood of $52,000.
Yes, right? Somewhere in that neighborhood, yes.
That's all.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sermons, the special exception IHC PUD district, is this, how is that defined? How do we place that special exception? Is that something that's requested? Is that just an area on the map? I'm looking on the map to kind of see where it's outlined. I just want a better understanding, because I see it's where the Marina Grand currently is located, but is it an exception that the applicant has to put in? Is it something that we determine or that the city determines? How does that work?
It's not a special exception, but the process is similar, and it's in that it's a site-specific conversation with this body. So someone, well, first of all, the IHC-PUD, that zoning designation can only be instituted within the CRA boundaries. So that limits the areas of the city eligible for this use. But then a landowner, if they, in one of the minimums in that code, again, this is the MIHOP code before us today, but the IHC draft code, it would say there's a minimum lot area that you have to meet. and some other things that makes you eligible, and you would apply for that rezoning to the IHC PUD. So you wouldn't see it on our citywide zoning map. But if someone brings forth an application, such as the property that Marina Grande sits on, and it's approved, then the map would be updated to show that the zoning district for this property is now IHC PUD.
What areas on the map now are reflective of the IHC PUD? Is it something you just get out to us, or? Because I'm looking at the map, and the only place that I see it is the Marina Grande, so.
To my knowledge, Marina Grande is the only development that successfully utilized the IHC PUD.
Okay. All right, just follow up then. Moving over to MEHOP. We have a consultant that works with us, Mr. Franklin Lee. Has he taken a look at this proposal as of yet in regards to the minority employment compensation, or component, I mean?
No, you said a Franklin
Lee? Yeah, he's
Franklin
the consultant that we hired to actually take a look at our disparity study and to move forward with minority and local women participation in government contracts. So has he reviewed this? 'Cause I know he's a consultant that we have on file, and if we're going to be moving forward with a piece that incorporates minority employment, I would think that we maybe want to bring him on to review this and make sure it has some teeth and make sure that it's going to be legally defensible.
No, he has not seen it to this point, but that note is taken.
So I would definitely want him to take a look at this because if we're going to be doing development and updating this to have something that outlines minority involvement, participation, and employment, I want to make sure that we're covered on all aspects. We're still waiting on collecting data on our disparity study, so with our government contracts, but with these private vendors that we're putting this policy in, if we're going to give them the additional benefits, I want to make sure that we're covered on every aspect of it to get as much minority participation as possible. The affordable units, how do we come up with that fee, the 105 fee calculated for sales and 78,000 for the rentals? What percentage is that? What percentage is that of what? What is that fee calculated at?
It comes from the county's study, and they pinpoint their per unit contribution amount based on the cost of living index for the area. They do revisit it regularly as that number changes. However, we're taking a look at where the rate is right now, and based on the data that went into that analysis, and using that as we are the same area, same region, and using that number for our per unit contribution rate.
Okay, but I guess I'm still confused. How did you calculate that 105? Where does that come from?
I can provide the backup material that shows what math and data went into the county when they selected that rate, and I can provide that to this board.
What math and data that who selected the rate? I'm sorry?
The county.
Okay.
That number is the same, roughly the same rate that the county uses for their per unit contribution amount for affordable housing. And we utilized, or we saw that they had already done the work on analyzing the cost of living, analyzing the housing stock in the area, and just utilize their work since we fall within that same area and in the cost of living region. So we utilize the work that they've already done to set our rates.
I mean, I would say that we have the most valuable real estate in Palm Beach County. So just to kind of select that rate based on what the county selected, compared to us having the most developable land in the southeast region with a beach, portfront, railroad, I would want to make sure that our fees are applicable to something that's going to be beneficial to our residents. So I just want to understand where that fee came from as determining on this is the last intercoastal developing land that we have over here. So I want to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck on everything that happens.
So you want us to explore potentially increasing
I just want to know
that?
how you calculated the fee. And
I'm sorry?
I just want to know how the fee was calculated. That's my concern. And
Okay.
based upon just taking it from what the county did, I don't think we did enough research in regards to what is a comparable fee for this value of land. Let's take a look. I believe that's it for now, Madam Chair.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask, could you give me a little history behind the Housing Trust Fund for the city? I don't know if that would be you or Mr. Evans in terms of how that operates and what that does for the city.
So there was a housing trust fund established when this MIHOP program was initially created. To my knowledge, it has been several years since the last time it was utilized for development incentives. And since my tenure at the city, it has not been activated.
So you're proposing to activate this based on this change to this ordinance?
Yes, my department is aware of probably at least 3 developments that would likely utilize this as they talk with staff about their proposals and what they want to do in the city. And we believe it's the right time to update the ordinance to make sure the city is getting everything that this ordinance intends as those developments come through.
And I also would like for you to look at those rates because the cost of affordable housing has gone up so much, increasingly, and it goes up every day. So we're going to venture into doing something of this nature. I think that the project is looking for height and mass, and I think that we need to look at how we are charging for that, how we measure that, so to speak, given the fact that the affordable housing cost and just housing cost in general has increased significantly over the past year. So yeah, have a look at that as well. And if that is the case, then when you want to get some exceptions, then I think more should go in the trust fund as well.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Simmons, you said you know of 3 developments that currently want to utilize the MIHOP program?
That there's probably at least 3 projects that would immediately be able to utilize this if it were to pass, yes.
So meaning they already have proposals or applications in?
Only one of them has anything on file with the city already.
But they've already expressed interest or letters of intent or even met with staff. So I'm trying to find out, is it your suggestion that we're going to enact this ordinance and then it'll be applicable to someone who's already in good faith inquired with the organization?
You said in good faith what?
Already came to submit or inquire about doing these development projects?
None of the 3 projects that I have in mind have submitted an application currently. One of them already has an approved site plan or development order with the city, and they have re-engaged the city to see if they can increase the height of their project, and it's just not possible based on the zoning district they're in right now. But if this does pass, it is a tool that they could apply for and have consideration before this board for approval.
So I don't believe we enacted a moratorium or anything.
Related to development?
Yeah.
Not currently.
So if someone came in tomorrow and submitted a complete application and wanted to do this under the current MIHOP, there's nothing that would prevent them, and we wouldn't be able to enact any new regulations on them.
To do what under MIHOP?
To submit an application under the current MIHOP program, and there would not be anything that would prevent that, would it?
That's correct. It's still an ordinance on the books that could be utilized right now. We're just proposing amendments to it. Now, the IHC PUD is not on the books right now. There's only language in the code for existing PUDs and things they can do to alter or modify their existing projects, but the code prohibits the city from processing any new application for the IHC PUD. That's the only thing that's not currently on the books.
Okay, so the Housing Trust Fund, since 2006, I mean, I even look at the ordinance here and it doesn't say much. What happens to the funds that go in the Housing Trust Fund? Because I've never recalled in being around here that we've really seen much in terms of the city having a housing program or anything targeted towards affordable housing. What happens to that money? I would hope it's not done like the legislature does the Sadowski funds and just sweep it. I mean, if the money was set aside to go into a housing trust fund, emphasis on trust, I would hope that that's going to be some funds still designated somewhere to, you know, that we have. And not only that, here's my apprehension. So if we create this program, I'm not interested in knowing the 5 or 6 appointees that you're going to say that's going to oversee it. I want to have a built-out program as to what the organization is going to do. I don't want to sit here and collect money like the grave mistake that this board took in May 2021 in asking someone to contribute $45,000 to a fund that we didn't even have, so they couldn't pass, because they couldn't meet the ordinance and there was no such fund created and it was not authorized under the city's code. But what are we going to do with the money? Instead of just saying, let's collect the money, we need to build out a program and know what our expectations is, because obviously we can collect money, but until we know where we're going and how we're going to get there, I think we shouldn't be doing this, because that's, to me, it seems to be nothing more than a shakedown. You know, obviously we want to take advantage of the market, but be fair and make sure that this is something that we really have an intention on making sure that it has an affordable component to it, that we've recognized that if this project comes through, this is going to be able to support 20 first-time home buyers, or be able to fund the building of 7 single-family homes or something of the sort. I just don't want to create a one-sided program where we collect money but have no plan on how that's executed. My next point that I wanted to bring up was, what does it mean to be project-by-project basis? How do we enact the code provision that's going to allow the city council to judge and determine that on a project basis? It would seem to me that the code sets forth the law and how we move forward. What do you perceive? Because I don't want us to be given this authority and it's arbitrary without any kind of basis that the city council, for no rhyme or reason, can then choose that they don't want to grant the IHC PUD, or don't want to grant or permit applicant from using the MEHOP or something like that.
This would not be new or precedent setting if IHC was reactivated. We do already have multiple PUDs that are within the code that a developer can apply for, and in those situations, they look at what the regulations are for that PUD zoning district and they meet them. But it is in a way similar to a conditional use permit, in that city council can determine whether what they're proposing is appropriate or not. You would be able to say and give feedback that we don't believe, because of this neighboring use, that that height is appropriate, or that you need additional buffers, or you need some type of civic space in this area to best utilize or activate this area of the city. So it is more collaborative, and it is based on them bringing a product to this board for deliberation. So we do have PUDs that are already on the books that are being utilized, and we have some outstanding projects that exist in the city because of the PUD process. None of them, however, allow the scale and mix of uses that we have seen being proposed recently in the city of Riviera Beach, and that's why the Development Services staff recommends that we reactivate this tool to allow council to even see them. One of the issues we're seeing right now is we get the proposals for the project, but we can't find a way to get them before this board for consideration because our codes don't allow them. So that's why we're saying that this is a tool that, as opposed to saying that these dense, high, multi-use developments are allowed in this complete zoning district everywhere it exists in the city, we're saying on a case-by-case basis, we will allow this tool to be utilized for a developer to say, hey, this is my project. What do you think, city council? And you can say, hey, this is good, this is not good, adjust this before anything is approved.
Well, that's kind of my question. If someone wants to go through doing this, how do they start with this extenuous process and there's no benchmarks or thresholds? I mean, even now with the PUD, I don't know that that's a decision that we determine on a case-by-case basis. That's not done by the city council. So I'm trying to specifically, because you stated case-by-case basis, that the city council will be able to decide. I mean, I see what a special exception application does, but what's the baseline or the fundamental, I guess, direction that a proposal wants to go through to say, hey, I know the code provides for this. Now you're saying that the city council needs to be able to make a decision based on something that's arbitrary?
It's not arbitrary. The PUD zoning districts that exist in the code are very prescriptive, more prescriptive than I've seen in other municipalities. Here, if they choose the IHC PUD, if it was active on the books, it would tell them what their setbacks are, what the height maximums are, what the allowable uses are. And the IHC PUD goes so far as to say that there is a certain number of commercial uses that are required if you are to utilize that zoning district. So you can't just use it to do a big residential project and say, hey, I'll put this coffee shop on the corner and yeah, the city will get some additional revenue from the project. It's prescriptive in that it says you have to have 3 commercial uses as a part of this development in addition to your condominiums. So it is very prescriptive and not at all arbitrary. However, it's not by right. So if they bring a proposal before this body and you don't like it, you don't think it's right, the residents around it say that, hey, this is just too much in my neighborhood, you have the right to say no. We appreciate your interest in development in the city, but that project isn't right for this area of the town, and that project will remain zoned as it was before that proposal was brought before you. So that's why it's a case-by-case tool.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, so Mr. Evans, what do you need from us for in this item since it's a discussion and deliberation?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we would like your perspective on those 4 items, and if the board can provide us that gives us some direction as to how we can facilitate some modifications to the ordinance. As the speaker stated, we are still working on some other nuances administratively as well as some things to ensure that we get where we need to be related to the items that are on the. That's interesting. But yeah, we basically need the board's perspective on these items and just to seek clarity. So when we do bring it back for consideration, that we can make sure that we hit the nail on the head. We can provide some information related to the calculation and how the county derived that particular calculation, as well as looking at some other municipalities. The one thing that we want to be conscientious of also is when we do look at the fee amount, if you have a situation where the fee is so large, you're going to have persons not go to and not utilize that tool. And we know one of the challenges that we have here in Palm Beach County and statewide, obviously, is the ability to effectuate affordable housing because of the limited resources. One of the things that was stated also is the build out of the program. Our intent is to really have a robust conversation with the board as part of the budget process, because the CRA does have some housing programs and some framework and guidelines that are already established. And so we are going to look at situations whereby, by virtue of this, is there a situation where we can activate similar programs that are found in the CRA citywide and pay an administrative fee to the CRA to effectuate what they're already doing, because the programs are already developed, and it allows for us to move exponentially faster. And we know that the challenge that we have is we've got to get units in the ground as quickly as possible because of the market conditions. So, you know, if the board has things that are pinch points or things that they want to make sure staff gets additional clarity, as descriptive and prescriptive as you can be, the better direction that administration and development services will have, so we can do the research and we can provide you that information prior to coming before you in a ordinance that's going to require 2 readings.
Let me add a couple of other issues to look at as well. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Looking at restricting the fund, the housing fund for city-sponsored projects, saying that will give an opportunity for that fund to look at housing rehab, which is a dire need in Riviera Beach. but also to look at housing preservation, the older structures that are in this city. And also, too, we talk about development, but we also know that people don't develop for free. They develop to be able to make money, and these massive projects will make a windfall, and we know that. So we need to be able to also look at affordable housing as a effect of that we have the opportunity to bring these projects to the city, but we also need to have an opportunity to make sure that affordable housing, workforce housing, is available for the people who live in this city, the people who work in this city. So I definitely want you to look at the issue of this fund for city-sponsored projects only. That may or may not, work, but I want you to look at the pros and cons of that, having that restriction for that fund for just the projects that are coming or are sponsored or are jointly with the city of Riviera Beach.
May I, Madam Chair, I have a question on that to make sure I understood it.
Go ahead.
So, for example, Berkeley Landing, the city made a contribution to that project to make it whole. So you're saying those types of
those
things
type of projects
would be ideal, and you consider that city
that I consider that ideal. Okay. The city partnered with, not partnered in a sense, but worked with this company, a developer, to bring this to the city of Riviera Beach. Those are the kind of projects that the city is involved in that should sponsor that housing trust.
Understood.
Anyone else? So for me, this is what we just received, right?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So for me, I would need to take a look at it and just get with you all a little later and provide comments on these items because I haven't had a chance to read it.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if there's items that are obviously at the forefront and the top of your mind, and you can share those are great. But certainly, we would look to schedule individual meetings with you to get more information, but also to share with you when we do an analysis of the other municipalities, have the calculations, as well as have Mr. Lee look at the component related to minority participation and the workforce or what have you. We can get some more information from you also. We would look to schedule individual meetings. I didn't know if there was anything specifically that jumped out that you wanted us to look into, and we can have that as part of your individual conversations with staff.
Okay. Did anyone have anything to add? Hold on.
I just think that one thing, too, that it shouldn't be just restricted to the CRA. It should be something that's citywide for affordable housing, not just in a CRA district.
To clarify on that the CRA boundary is the only area that the IHC PUD would be allowed. It's not proposing that any funds from the Housing Trust Fund be limited to the CRA, because the other zoning districts that are eligible for bonuses through MEHOP, all of them aren't restricted to the CRA. Only IHC PUD would be restricted. But you can do an industrial PUD, for example, on the western side of the city. They can pay into this program and also generate funds that can be used anywhere in the city.
Right. Thank you.
Who was that? What was that, Mr. Lawson or Mr. McCoy?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
The concern with one of the speakers brought up the square footage with the units. Where would we write that in? How is it outlined in the negotiations and discussion?
Right now, the maximum densities or intensities are in the comprehensive plan, and that's one of the only specific areas of development that are actually in the comp plan. The rest is typically found in our codes and ordinances. But the comp plan provides the cap for each district, and currently IHC is inactive, but it would be added to our densities intensities table, and the cap would be at 5. Staff is even considering a 6 for it based on some comments we've been getting from the community. But however, that's where the caps are. And if it's a residential zoning district, it may be, 20 units per acre. In the case of these mixed-use developments is typically square footage or a FAR calculation, but that's where the cap would live, and it would be reiterated in the zoning district code. It is possible that we include it in the MIHOP ordinance as well, since they're getting bonuses. But again, that's why we're gathering feedback, and then we'll determine the best place to, what that final cap will be and the best place to put it in the ordinances.
Because we're asking these developers and businesses to come into our city and contribute to our MIHOP, I want to really look deeply into the development that we're asking them to do and make sure we're taking into consideration the density that will give them the increased capacity to make more money, but also the square footage of it and the land mass that they're going to be using. So with that MIHOP exception, or I'm sorry, the IHC PUD, whatever exceptions that we're going to be putting in, let's make sure that we're just kind of in good faith looking at the developers that we're trying to assist, but also making sure that the fees and the funding that's coming back to us, because I know my colleague looks at it as kind of like a holding them hostage and just making them pay into this account. But I think we have to take advantage of the development and land that we have and make sure that we're taking care of the residents that are here, providing proper housing, and also revitalizing some of the housing. So the housing trust fund that we're going to be reinvesting into, making sure we're using those dollars properly. So I just want to outline it so that over the next 10 to 15 years of these golden years of development that's happening in our community, everybody's benefiting truly from it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Botel?
Yes, thank you. I look forward to meeting with you individually about some of these issues, especially the resort hotel conversion. We've had those conversations with the Ritz, and I want to continue to be sure that they are able to take advantage of what's being offered. I also want to thank you. This is a tremendous amount of work that you and your team have done, and it's really exciting to see that you've made so many good recommendations for getting the city some very, very needed funding for workforce and affordable housing. So I know that you'll follow up with the Nautilus folks and make sure that they can build something spectacular in Riviera Beach. So I'm going to trust that you're going to do that. And thanks again.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Mr. Evans, so we'll be speaking with you all individually.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will work with staff and then develop a timeline when this item comes back before you, because we don't want it to lag,
Right.
because obviously we want to move quickly on that. So we'll convene and then we'll schedule individual meetings with board members.
Okay.
Great job, Mr. Summers and your team. Excellent.
Thank you. 11B.
Madam Chair, before we move forward, the time is 9:49.
All right.
And you all have 3 additional items on the agenda.
Now, where do you see 3? Where's 3? You talking about
You have
including
11B, 11C, and 12A.
The 12A is in my comments.
Is this comments? Okay.
And then, Madam Chair, the CRA meeting afterwards.
Right, so I make a motion
But that one we can make it quick.
Right. So we have a motion to
Motion
extend to finish the agenda?
So moved.
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Motion to extend.
Yeah, motion to
finish the
I didn't hear the second on that.
Shirley.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Botel.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, 11B?
Elected officials representation on various boards throughout Palm Beach County.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we continue to serve on the same boards we served on in 21-22.
Well,
Second.
all right, let's have conversation. Are people okay with that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item.
All right, go ahead and go to that. Go ahead and do public comment.
Mary Bram.
Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. It is 11 boards here that is noted in here. All these boards are important boards. This 3-year term, we would like to see more activity being presented to the residents, what you do as elected officials, so that the general public will have a monthly and update report. I pulled out some of them, but all 11 boards are important. But some of the boards here is just in depth. All of them serve their purpose. The Metropolitan Planning and Zoning Board, the MPO Board. That board is important because it's transportation. It deals with the infrastructure that will come down to within our city here. So where do we go at? I was not an elected official, but the commissioners, everybody know. I was down there at that table there, fighting for MLK, how these roads and transportation is coming in our city. Australian Avenue too. So it is critical that these boards here, that you all be active in these boards here. The schools, the school board is very, 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 very in-depth. We have 5 schools in here, plus counting the others that I could not think of. Those boards there are the boards where the children use the buses. And I would like to see whoever serves on that board there, if you cannot do it monthly, but do it bi-monthly, to have a citywide forum meeting so that you can address some of these issues, because even on the bus, the children's behavior is unacceptable when they get on the bus as well as outside of the bus. So to update the communities and stuff, we need to do a little bit more thinking out of the box to address some of these issues here. The business board of the Palm Beach County, it expands resources for information on expanding your business. That's important too. Also, issues forums, consensus building through identification of potential resolutions of multi-jurisdictions. Why? Why that is important? Because you can debate issues, and the debating the issues that we have here. So as representatives here, you all dive into these here, and make yourself visible to these boards here, so that you can update your city and residents. Because Ms. Brown will be here every month.
Thank you, Ms.
for
Brown.
you all to give those reports. It's time to do business here now. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on the item.
All right, so Dr. Botel suggested that we keep these same positions. Are there any that some definitely don't want to keep, or are there some that some would like to have? Or are you all okay with keeping everything as is? I do want to say, as far as the school district has their meetings the same time we have ours, so that is typically an issue sometimes. I mean, there are very rarely a time when they don't meet, or we don't meet when they don't meet. So that would definitely require someone to be late to their meeting, to our meetings, to attend their meetings. Mr. McCoy, Mr. Lawson, you all okay with keeping them as is?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I was trying to get mine up, but I can tell you, my conversation, I went to ask perhaps Mr. Evans, but, you know, some of these boards, I don't even understand or know why there is an invitation for us to even be a part of them, because, quite frankly, I don't know that some of them even have anything to do with what we do as an organization or the city at large. I mean, you know, this whole idea of these boards came about not as a requirement, as a suggestion, right? But nothing about our charter or our code of ordinances sets forth that we need to be a part of. Now, I'm not saying that we should not, but obviously having representation on some of those important boards like TPA and the others, we should. But like, you got the chamber, and then you got the Chamber Economic Development Committee. You know, and my issue is this: the TPA I took the alternate role because specifically it's scheduled right at the time that I have a commitment on. Well, I didn't take that role, but ironically, all of the meetings are scheduled at the right time that I have another commitment at the school district board. So, you know, it's almost like if it's required and it's a part of us doing and conducting business here, I mean, I think that's fine, but I don't want to make this suggestion like, you know, someone get up and suggest that this is some sort of mandated requirement that we do. I'm not taking on any more board responsibilities because every time you take on a board responsibility, that's another day that you take off of work to go and sit into a meeting that in many cases don't even pertain to the city of Riviera Beach. And I've done several of those with the BDB, and I'm like, well, at some point, unless the agenda pertains to something that's coming in our area or knowing that something's coming down the pipe, it seems like to me that it becomes just an exercise that, you know, is not fruitful.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think our presence at the Palm Beach North Chamber Economic Development Committee meetings, the Government Affairs Committee meetings are very important for the city. I think it allows us to hear what other municipalities are doing. And in fact, I wouldn't mind volunteering to be on the BDB board if you're not interested in continuing that, because I'm very interested in it.
So let's just do this. Let's just go down the list and look at what we have, and if we want to keep it, keep it. If not, somebody want to speak up and take it, take it. So Bioscience Land Protection Advisory Board, they haven't met since May of 2019.
Take it off, right?
Huh?
They never meet.
I mean, there's no one assigned to it anyway, so we'll just move past that. The Business Development Board, Palm Beach County, regular person is Mr. McCoy, alternate Lawson. Do you want to keep that or no?
That's fine. But, Madam Chair, what you just said is my whole point. If these boards aren't meeting, there's not.
Well, that was the first one only. The bioscience one has not met since May 2019, and we don't have anyone assigned to that anyway. So that one, yeah, that one it essentially is off. It's just sitting there, but there's no one attached to it. So for the Business Development Board, Mr. McCoy, do you want to stay the regular and alternate Lawson, or do you all want to change?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Keep it as is? Okay. Issues Forum, I'm not sure what that one is. Multi-jurisdictional Issues Coordination Forum. Dr. Botel, have you participated in that?
We meet probably quarterly, and it's a good group to be part of. Yes, I'd like to stay.
Okay, so you want to stay regular?
Yes.
And Mr. McCoy, you want to stay alternate?
Yes.
North County Intergovernmental Committee, Dr. Botel is the regular, Ms. McCoy, alternate.
It's fine. Yeah.
You want to keep regular?
Yes.
Alternate McCoy, anybody else, or what?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay. The League of Cities General Members, Dr. Botel, I know you're on the board, so
Yes.
you're as the regular, so you could
Yes.
stay. Is there anyone that would like to have the League of Cities alternate? I mean, I go when I can, but I do participate in the, all of the sessions and all those things that we usually have. So is there someone that wants that? Otherwise, I'll keep it as alternate. All right, I'll keep it as an alternate.
But Madam Chair.
Yes.
So that's my whole point. What has there ever been a need specifically for that board for an alternate to do? There's not anything for an alternate to do, similar to the TPA. If the regular member is there, then I can't even participate. So that's the kind of funny thing that,
Yeah, but if she's not there, then I can go. I mean, well, I can't do her thing on the board because she was elected for that part.
Right, but that was the whole point that I'm saying. If you have an alternate member for something such as the League of Cities general members, there is no role for an alternate to do. Quite frankly, there's, other than the almost 100% of the time, unanimous vote among all the municipalities, there's just not really, obviously.
Well, I guess more of the presence, if anything. So just to make sure that we're represented when we do have those meetings.
And conventionally, right? That's why I wanted to ask Ms. Wynn about her opinion on these boards, because, we naturally think we need to have somebody from the city, but who's to say that this has to be an elected official?
Okay, well, we're going to tonight we're going to go with the regular and the alternate since we've had it, and if nobody can attend, then we can have the person who's not elected, which we've had our staff go anyway, so it's not like, I mean, they've gone in our places sometimes, so that's not unusual. All right, school board. I'm Mellon as regular. I just told you what my position was in terms of getting to those meetings, but alternate, Dr. Votel, I mean, I don't have a problem with staying where I am.
Yep.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Votel is regular, and alternate Lawson. You want to keep that?
That's fine, Madam Chair.
All right. Votel, you said yes?
Wait, are you on?
I'm just on the regular Chamber
Are you on
Commerce.
Government Affairs?
Say it again?
Did I skip one?
I'm not that far, I'm not down there yet. I'm at the first one. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce. All right, you're gonna stay there. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee. Botel regular, alternate McCoy. Anybody else? Or you want to keep it?
I'll keep it.
I can't hear you.
I'll keep it.
McCoy.
Yes.
Chamber North, Government Affairs, Botel and Miller Anderson. I know we do.
I'll keep it.
Huh?
I'll keep it.
Okay, I'll keep that. TPO, MPO.
I'll keep that.
All right, so that one I know is very crucial that we have somebody participate in that one. So Lanier, regular, and McCoy, alternate?
Yes.
All right. Port of Palm Beach, regular, Lawson, alternate, Lanier?
I'll keep it.
I'll keep it.
All right. Education Advisory Committee, I mean, I can't say that, I don't even know that they have even met, so that's something that probably needs to be reactivated. Alternate, Jay Botel?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stay as the regular. All right, you have all of that, Miss Anthony?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, anything else on item 11B for elected officials for the various boards? All right, now we don't need a motion, or you had
Well, we do have
we'll
a
just have a
motion.
motion to accept what we just discussed.
I make a motion to accept what we just agreed to.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right.
Madam Chair, there
Yes.
was a motion already on the floor by, motion by Councilperson Botel and seconded by Pro Tem Lanier to keep the
So
representation.
you're
same,
withdrawing your
which is
motion,
essentially-
the original motion?
Yes.
They
So
would-
we could just do a roll call vote. There's no
It's
need
the
for a
same
second
effect.
motion.
We
I
didn't
can't hear
change
you.
anything. So,
The motion that was on the floor, that was made by Councilperson Botel.
They withdrew it.
Oh, you withdrew?
I
Okay.
withdrew that motion and made a motion to accept the assignments we just agreed to, and it was seconded.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to get you some hearing aids over there.
Yeah,
Something wrong
for
with
some odd
something.
reason, everything sounds muzzled tonight.
All right, 11C, selection of CRA chair and vice chair. Mr.
Madam
Smith?
Chair, are we going to take a vote on that motion?
Is it Mr. Smith or is it,
Ma-
yes?
I don't think there was a vote call on that last motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, 11C.
Selection of CRA Chair and Vice Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
You said we do or don't?
We do.
Okay. Okay, who's leading this, me? Or
Madam
I-
Chair,
Go ahead.
at this particular moment, if I can have Mr. Chris Smith, General Counsel of the Riviera Beach CRA, to make the presentation.
All right.
Thank you,
go ahead.
Madam Chair. According to the CRA bylaws, the chair and the vice chair shall be appointed by the city council. So we're requesting that the city council appoints chair and vice chair of the CRA.
All right,
Madam Chair,
yes.
motion to appoint Kashama Miller Anderson as chair of the CRA.
All right. We're just going to go with the appointment, no nominations. Just appointing? She make the motion and then we just go from there? I mean, it's slightly different. I mean, we're saying appointing versus the nominations. So she's just going to make a motion?
Well, that would be on the city side. Just from the CRA standpoint, we're just receiving whatever you do.
Okay, so.
I think you have to accept nominations, and then the appointment is made through that motion.
Okay, so Dr. Botel.
So I'm nominating Kashama Miller Anderson as chair of the CRA.
All right, do we have any other nominations?
I nominate Troderick McCoy.
Okay. Any other nominations? All right, so.
Motion to vote. I need to make a motion to vote on the first nomination.
Yes.
A motion to
Madam
vote.
Chair, will you close the floor for nominations, please?
Oh, close the floor.
Yes, it's getting late, and I've had a headache the entire time I've been sitting here. The floor is closed for nominations.
I move that we appoint Kashama Miller Anderson as chair.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
No.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons McCoy and Lawson dissenting.
All right, the motion for McCoy? Who make the motion for McCoy? No motion? All right, so it dies for lack of a second, or a lack of a motion. So we're going to make a motion to appoint Shamba Miller Anderson for chair?
We just did that.
Yeah, we just.
I mean, does that cover that? I mean, we didn't say appoint.
Vice.
Now I nominate.
Madam Chair?
I nominate Shirley
sorry.
Lanier as vice chair.
Yes,
I'd like to nominate myself for vice chair.
okay. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Shirley Lanier, vice chair.
Just did that.
Oh, you did? Oh.
I'm a little hoarse tonight.
Yeah, it's time to go. Any other nominations? All right, the floor is closed for nominations.
Motion that we,
Mr. Lawson, you want to say your motion?
I think I made mine first.
He made us first. I thought. Go ahead, Mr. Lawson.
I move that we
Oh.
elect Commissioner Lawson for vice chair.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
No.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Nope.
Chair Miller Anderson?
No.
That motion fails with Councilpersons Miller Anderson, Lanier, and Botel dissenting.
All right, next motion?
Make a motion that we elect Shirley Lanier as chair pro tem.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson?
No.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons McCoy and Lawson dissenting.
You had public comment for this?
Yes, I did, Madam.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Mary Bram and Margaret Shepherd.
Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. It is the same remarks that I made previous, regardless who the chair and the co-chair are. All of you all are chairs because you represent the city in its entirety. And also your co-chairs too. All of you are those two entities. It's just set by the procedure that any board, any government, any entity, any corporation, exactly what I said, they have the president, the vice president, the CEOs, but everybody comes together to get the job done. You have the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. You have the senators. And guess what? The president and the vice president, they cannot do anything without those bodies joining together to make decisions for the whole country. So regardless about the chair or the president, they are limited because they have to have the whole body working in order to get things done and move things for the country. And our government here is the same way. Everyone here works together. Regardless whether Ms. Bram is not the chair or the co-chair. Remember what I said? Any horse that comes out that stable when they're elected, I work with you if you let me work with you. And even if you don't, do not, I'm still going to challenge you to do what? To govern and be good leaders. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ms. Bram is not an elected official, but when Ms. Bram goes out, she's representing her city as well as herself. I'm listening to the issues. I'm listening to the complaints. I said I was going to change my name, but my name is Mayor Lawrence Bram because so much I hear in both of my ears. And why? It is important. It is important. And you as elected officials, chairs or no chairs, just forget about that. And look at your job. Look at your job that each one of you are here to do. It's just that procedure in everything as far as formal that we do. And we know for a fact that on the general side, the chairs and the co-chairs normally challenges the utility district as well as the CRA. So it should be no animosity. Like I said, forget about all of that and work together. And work with Ms. Bram, because Ms. Bram will make you famous.
Thank you, Ms. Bram.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
I think I wrote down the wrong number. 12A is what I was looking for.
Oh, okay, we'll call you back then.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Mhm. All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
As I made comments before with the last selection of chairs, as I said before, I'm highly disappointed.
Say that again.
As I said before in the last meeting, when we elected our chair,
Mhm.
I'm honored to continue to serve with my colleagues. I think Ms. Brand made a great point that there's no animosity. I just want my colleagues to understand that I want the opportunity to serve as chair, as everybody else has been given the opportunity in the history of the city. So being that we've all continued to serve, I'm honored that Ms. Kashama Miller-Anderson will be our chair on the CRA side. And I'm humbled to continue to work with her because I think that she will be able to control and facilitate the meetings the best way possible because she's done an amazing job as chair. Moving forward, I do want this opportunity as chair, so we do have 3 more years to serve. So, colleagues, if I could be taken into consideration within the next 1, 2, or 3 years to please not continue to pass me over. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Discussion, do we want to go to the 12A first and then come back? Okay. So 12A? You want me to read it? Discussion by City Council concerning City Council and public decorum. So this was an item that I spoke to Mr. Evans about in terms of seeing, the reason I put it on this agenda tonight is not to have a long discussion about it. Hopefully in one of our meetings in May, or if we choose to do like a workshop of coming, so that we can, first of all, we all know we're run by the Robert Rules of Order. But I know we've been kind of lax with that. And so I'm hoping that with the discussion with us that we're able to follow those orders as well as come up with like a city council handbook, which would tie everything with our city charter, state statute, and come up with norms that we could all agree to. It's not something for one individual to come up with, but I think in order for us to work together and do the business of the city, there's just certain things that we just have to kind of honor that we're going to stick with as a group, whether we agree or disagree. There are several different examples, many city councils, from the research that I've done, there are many city councils that have a handbook that just kind of lays out, just simple rules that we would follow. And it obviously is not something that's being put to you. We would all come up with this and agree to come up with these basically norms for our meetings. Also, in terms of there are, we have resolutions that are already in place regarding time limits on discussions, and then also that's in Robert's Rules of Order, and just the decorum and the behaviors from the public as well. We want to make sure that we're doing the business of the city. I know there are a lot of people that sees our meetings as entertainment, and unfortunately that's not what this is supposed to be about. And so I really would like for us to kind of do our own individual research, whatever type of norms or procedures, protocols you all think that we should have, that we can all agree on, to have this put into like a handbook, so that we have something in black and white, and we can kind of just refer each other to that if it's necessary. But I think with us working together and coming up with these rules or norms, business norms, that we'll be able to kind of hold each other accountable for our conduct, our behavior, our ways of getting through our meetings, but at the same time, it will also include our public. So, we both, on both sides, have to be respectful of each other. I know we've been very lax in terms of people coming to the podium and saying a number of things, or, because we want to make sure that we honor people's First Amendment right. However, I do think there are some times when lines are crossed, and when you look at other meetings in different municipalities and counties and states, people are not doing that. And so I think that we have to rise to the occasion to be better ourselves, so that everyone else continues to do the same. So I put this on the agenda just to kind of throw the conversation out there to everyone. And so if you would please, in the next couple of weeks, kind of do your own research, but I can also share some with Mr. Evans, and he can pass some along to you all, and you can kind of pick and choose what you want from there, or if you have something yourself where we're able to come together. Like I said, I don't know if it would be probably most appropriate like a workshop where we can actually just have casual conversations and working through it, even if it's, maybe an hour, hour and a half long. I know how we are about workshops, but I do believe we need to have the conversation. And so if we could look to try to have this, the sooner the better, I think. And so if we can try to look at maybe having a workshop like the second week of May, if that would work for everyone. But I do believe it includes all of us. It's the mayor and all council people included, just so that we can get through our meetings and everybody knows what the expectations are. So anyone have any comments on that, or any suggestions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We do have 2 public comment cards on the
All right,
site.
let's do that.
Mary Bram and Margaret Shepherd.
Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. It is about time. This is long overdue. You had civility and decorum noted here in your opening agenda. It has not been enforced, and it needs to be enforced. If we did not have TV here, you wouldn't see those that's coming in here just for entertainment. This is not an entertainment arena. This is a city that has business to be dealt with. And as elected officials and as residents, we should come here. to do that business. It is one in here that really is a stickler, and that is displays of anger, rudeness, ridicule, impatience, lack of respect, and personal attacks are strictly prohibited. Tonight, we saw that anger. And a lot of times, people rage like wolves and do not know the full detail of circumstances in what they say. And I'm going to make this comment because I don't normally go that way there, because I don't have to. But I'm going to clarify and clear up something. Some of the residents no longer live in Azira Estates, which was known as Stony Brook, because of some of this here, in this decorum here, that was displayed over and over in that place there. And when it was made mention about Bishop, political arenas only used that place over there for their own stomping ground. And what they did over there, Ms. Brown would not divulge all of that. But sometimes with the general public, when you use this forum here like that, you spews out these things here because that's an entertainment stage for you. But if you look at that history there, see, we got the films, we got the pictures, we got the written statements, we got everything. We've seen all of this with our eyes. And Miss Brown, for one, from day one, she has fought for Stony Brooks, for decency. Those children are over there. I do not have but one child and stepchildren and 2 great-grands that belongs to me and others. That same thing, decency and moral and character, that I wanted to display over there. That is why on down through the years I fought for that place there. So many residents said, tear it down, Miss Bram. I said no, because my vision from what I've seen and those children there needed that
Thank you, Ms. Bram.
chance to be built up. Happy Administrative Professional Day to
Thank
Ms.
you.
Wynn and all of the staff here. Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, I'm so happy you brought this to the agenda and to the public. That last week of the elections, the calls that I got, they said, where were you? I got a couple calls, and I realized I need to stay home. But when you have rules of decorum, it's the way you all act. That's the way they act. They're feeding off of what you're doing. I've never seen a so-called man, because I was raised by a man, talk about a woman up under her dress. I've never seen that before. My parents raised me decently. But a so-called man talk about a woman up on her dress, and then politically pulled out our clerk. That was the last straw. But if you all going to act ugly, they will act ugly. The one thing, Mr. Mayor, I'm here today, I did not like how you approached Sam Brown. If you had a problem with Sam, that's his boss right there. If I have a problem, I go to her. Or I go to my district. But you reprimanded him as a little kid. He's 20 years old. He's a full-grown man, got his own house. Somebody said he drive a, I think a Mercedes. He had a Jaguar. I don't know what he's driving now. He's a man. I have a 20, well, she's 19. She'll be 20. And what is it, before Thanksgiving, November. Anyway, she's a millennial. She doesn't say too much. But if you step on her toes, you better step back. That good sister will lead you to the cross. I thought it was excruciating wrong. And then you said, Dr. McCoy, so you said I'm your equal? That was so ignorant. If it was a name with food, you would take the award. People were shuddering and talking every way. Did you see it, Michelle? Yes, I saw. I was at home, and I was embarrassed. But I'll come back and talk about the Funky Cafe. That did it. Somebody could have got killed, could have had a freak accident. Who was going to pay for that person's injuries? The city? They always come to the city. Rules of decorum, in and out of the place. When you come here and you don't have respect for your own people, well, I'm not going to be in that category respecting you. And thank God you're not the chair. I thank God you did not put him in that position. Because I tell you what, you guys have been in a whole lot of trouble. I'm talking to you. I am talking to you. And I want you to repeat what you said to Mr. Lanier. I want you to do it, Tractor, but I'm coming back. And I'm going to tell the public what you tried to do.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Thank you. All right, so board, anyone have any comments?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
You really want to talk about rules of decorum and specifically what's on the first page when I was called out just a second ago. So I guess you want me to act as if I'm going to be hopeful about some handbook?
I mean, it is an olive branch that is being extended.
Right.
We can choose to participate or not. I mean, we're in good faith trying to make an effort to have our meetings go smoothly.
Madam Chair, but the very thing that's stated on the agenda was just directed personally to me. You're not here for that part?
No,
Okay.
But here's the thing, Mr. McCoy, that is the whole point. Once we have set everything and put everybody on notice going forward, that will not be the case. That's the whole point. That's why we're trying to establish this so that everybody understands, because the thing is, for years, this has been allowed. I mean, the boundaries have been pushed. People have not been removed. I mean, it has, been very lax for years. And so what my intention is to make sure everybody understands where we are with it and know that this is what it's going to be. So nobody's caught off guard. So once we have this conversation, we're all on the same page. The public, the council, everybody's on the same page. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, is make sure that we all have an opportunity to weigh in on what we would like to see and make sure that we all are on the same page so it can be enforced. It's always been there. A lot of stuff has been there, but none of it has really truly been enforced. And that's been for years.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so, I have no problem with what you're going to do, but first off, understand, unless someone is posing a threat, there's not too much that you're going to be able to control a posture on what someone says. I mean, I'm not here to be friends. I'm not. If you want somebody to,
It's not about friendship.
Can I finish?
It's not about friendship, Mr.
Are you
McCoy.
going to allow me to finish?
Of course.
I'm trying to make a statement.
Go ahead.
I'm not interested in gaining new friends or even appealing to someone's emotions. I'm here for a very real reason. That's business, and I have to be direct. We sit here and, well, obviously, I think we all know we've all been served at this point. But, quite frankly, I'm not here, just like I had to remind the engineer today, sir, I asked you a straightforward answer. If you don't know, say it, because I'm not here to try to allow you to pontificate and waste time. This is business. Like, the same thing happened again last meeting when I asked the question of the clerk. If she doesn't know, say she doesn't know. But what I won't do is sit here and be insulted by somebody that will try to create an answer just because they don't know the truth. And that's all I'm seeking. And it's like, people get upset and get bent all out of shape, but quite frankly, we're here for business. If you can't answer the question, move on. And I'm not interested whether you like my tone or not. There's options for that, and it comes up every 3 years. So you can set forth whatever you want. I'm going to tell you right now, I've made it clear. Congress shall make no law establishing a bridge of free speech. If you don't like how I say it, then fine. Take that up and do what you got to do. But I won't be reprimanded, insulted by anybody, and I'm going to say my piece. So if you're going to take some actions, please, you better make sure that you don't violate the First Amendment. And I've literally had conversations with legal about this. So whatever you think you're going to do, make sure that it's legally defensible.
So, of course, that will always be my first point of business, to make sure it's legally defensive. However, it's not about what I want to do. That's why I said for the council and mayor to work together on it. And no one has any problems with any questions or anything that you would like to say. But I do think at some point in time, we do have to be concerned about hostile work environments too, because that, I mean, it does, I mean, I have thick skin, so it doesn't bother me. But the thing is, we are the council and we are basically supervisors, and we cannot just make situations so difficult for people like that, because then there's consequences for us for not trying to protect these people. So what I'm trying to do is just make sure that we all understand where we're coming from, and it doesn't matter about, you know, asking someone a question. Nobody has an issue with that, so that's not the problem. And I know we can say, well, you may not like my tone. Yeah, that's fine if you're having a conversation with someone, but when we're the supervisors, the bosses, we do kind of have to watch our tone. Because if you don't, you're creating a hostile work environment. And then now you're talking about legal issues. So, I mean, we have to, at some point, find some sort of way to ask our questions, but not create a situation that is going to put us in a legal bind. So it's not about something that I want to do. I'm just trying to put forth an effort to have us all be able to work together and go home. I don't need friends. I'm fine. Believe me, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm not trying to get friends. That's not what it's about. I'm not on council to be friendly. But the thing is, we can work together. It's not a matter of liking someone just because you, or disliking someone because you disagree with them. That has nothing to do with it. So, like I said, this is an effort for us all to work together. And that's, I mean, it's nothing more than that. And then as far as, you know, the public, I mean, you look at other meetings, you don't see people coming up there acting like that, and they're doing it because they have gotten away with it. And as long as we're not arresting people, we are able to put people out if necessary if they're being disruptive in the meeting. And that happens at many places. And I don't see people going to jail all the time for that. Nor do I see people being sued because they were removed from the podium. I think our expectations have to be put a little higher. I mean, we've basically allowed it. And so now we're trying to fix it. And it may take a little while for people to get on board with it because it's something that's been going on for a while. But just because it's been going on for a while, it does not mean that it's right. And so my point is to try to make sure that we can do something. And all I'm asking for is everyone to be an equal participant in it. You clearly have a choice, you know, but you can't say we didn't open it to everyone. And this truly is for everyone to give input. So it's not like we're going to say this is what we're doing. So please participate if you truly want to make our meetings move smoothly and work for the business, for the city only. Otherwise, I mean, we'll be where we are, and we're sitting up here bickering over stupidness during the meeting. So that is my whole point. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Like I said, maybe by the second week of May to have either a workshop or we can add it on as an agenda item. But I would think it would probably be best for a workshop so that we can kind of talk back and forth without having to worry about the formalness.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I applaud your raising this issue, and I support the workshop that we intend to have, or you intend to have, in second week in May or somewhere around that time. Thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead. Thank you.
What is the expectation for the workshop that we're looking? Are we going to set rules of decorum for the public, for my colleagues? Are we going to outline this in the agenda? What are we looking at?
So, like I mentioned before, there are several municipalities that have a handbook. And so, like I said, I can have some examples sent to you, or you can do your own research and come up with some, and you will see all of the different categories, basically about decorum. If we're putting something, we already have something in place in terms of putting things on the agenda, but as far as if we won't cut each other off. I mean, just a number of things that just behavior-wise, procedure-wise, most of that we pretty much have that already, but it may not be in writing all the time. So just putting every single thing in there, so if we have a question about how something is to be done, we have a handbook we can look at. The other part about the public, we already have resolution in place, but I think just bringing all of this back together and putting it in one, because that could be a separate handbook, but putting everything in writing so that everyone is on the same page. But like I said before, there are many municipalities that have handbooks that you can just reference, or if you need the examples, I do have several. I can just have them forwarded to you. And from that, during our workshop, we can pick and choose the categories that we want to include in our handbook, and this is what we would agree to live by.
And I guess to that point, Madam Chair, it's difficult for me personally to understand or supportive when we're just cycling the same chair position and vice chair through the same three individuals. So to have a true sense of decorum and support and facilitating of the meeting, it's giving all of the board an opportunity to facilitate these meetings and truly to uphold the whatever we're going to set in place. So if we're not going to continue to pass that opportunity to everybody on the board, whatever rules we set is just going to be based upon what the three individuals that have been the chair and vice chair dictate. So
well, I don't.
It's difficult.
Go ahead.
It's just difficult for me to support that because essentially all we're doing is following Robert's Rules of Order. There's not a workshop or discussion or outline that we need to do. We just all need to come to the meeting prepared and follow Robert's Rules of Order. And if the workshop is more of a therapy session for us to kind of figure out how we can kind of work together as colleagues, that's a different discussion. But just facilitating the meeting and using Robert's Rules of Order and having a sense of decorum is already outlined. It's not really going to change based upon the workshop. But if a counseling session is what we need to talk about to bring all of our issues to the table and really to discuss how we're going to move forward as colleagues, that's a different thing. Because my biggest concern is that continuing to get passed over is very much disrespectful to the position that I've held. And going from not being able to serve as a chair, one of my residents said it's not that important. It is. It shows that we're willing to work together as colleagues. And for that same point, I want us to be honest and transparent with why we're having the workshop and if it's something that we truly want to do. Because I'll participate in it, but if there's nothing to be accomplished for it, I'm not wasting my time anymore. I don't have the time to spare to just come and have frivolous meetings. That's not going to accomplish truly what we're trying to do.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Lawson, and I can certainly understand your disappointment in not being made chair or vice chair. But as we know, that those positions are, and I know it was referenced before about you all were reelected, and that is true, but that doesn't have anything to do with the chair and vice chair position. And as you know, it is basically an appointment by your colleagues, and I get where you're coming from. I've heard you say it numerous times about the disappointment in not being selected, but I don't think that has anything to do with decorum. I mean, we got to have decorum one way or the other, or are we going to choose to not have decorum? I don't think that has anything to do with who's chair and who's not chair. But the thing is, if, and I truly don't want anyone to participate if they truly don't feel that there's a need to do it. But I don't believe you're okay with how some of our meetings have been going. I know you're not. No. And so it's more of just trying to make sure that we're able to do what we need to do and not have foolishness going on during the meeting. So I'm not trying to convince anybody to get on board with this, because at the end of the day, it is going to impact everyone. So, I mean, we either continue to look like fools or we want to look like we're professionals. And, of course, it is Robert's Rules of Order. That's why I mentioned that initially. But there are also a number of other categories that don't necessarily fall within Robert's Rules of Orders. There's just a number of things that, like I said, once you look at if you do your research on it, or if you need for me to send you a copy of some of the handbooks that are out at other cities, you'll see that there are just some of the things in there that has nothing to do with Robert's Rules of Order, but it's just like just norms, basically, that we could agree to as a council. Like I said before, we could use the next 2 weeks to research if you want to participate. And I don't think it's going to be about the numbers, who's out voting. I mean, that's not what it's about. People will have different takes on different issues and what's important to them. So I do believe that we can come to an agreement. And if we're all trying to just do the business of the city, I don't see where we should disagree on too much of anything if we're talking about just being civil, So, again.
And I guess to that point, Madam Chair, I hear what you're saying in response to my statement, but again, I can honestly say that I've not been disrespectful, condescending, or in a manner that has effectively disrespected any of my colleagues up here. So the sense of decorum, I'm always supportive of every workshop and meeting. I'm always understanding to work with what the needs of the city are. But honestly, Madam Chair, I'm just tired of wasting my time with something that's not going to accomplish what we're truly setting out.
Okay.
It makes no sense for me to contribute my time to that when the residents have more important things that need to be done. We have to focus on certain things. So sense of decorum, and people need to sit down and just hash out their issues. I mean, that's a different sense than just going over Robert's Rules of Order.
Well, I think, I know Mr. Evans did send something out before our first meeting in April to try to have us have a retreat. I guess we didn't have enough participation, and that was before any chair selection happened. So, the suggestion was put out there for us to have like a retreat so that we could have these therapy sessions or whatever it is that we needed to work through, and that was not, apparently we didn't have enough people that wanted to participate, so that didn't go anywhere. So yeah, that was there, the opportunity to have this session to work through whatever issues everyone had, but once we got past that, okay, we figured we could try to go ahead and have our meeting. Well, that didn't turn out right. So now, all I'm trying to do is provide a solution where we all participate in that solution. But if everybody or whoever is not interested in it, I mean, that's on you. But I do believe we owe it to the public and everyone and ourselves just to be able to work through these meetings civilly, and for the public to be able to do the same. So that's where I am with it. I mean, the invitation is there. It's open to everyone. Like I said, I'll make sure that some of the samples are provided. If you find it in your heart to participate, please do. If not, I mean, it is what it is. So if there are no other questions or comments on that, then we'll just proceed from there and see where it takes us.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I wholeheartedly agree with moving this issue forward, that there have been, I've been the chair and have taken direct hits. I don't pay that any attention because most likely they're lies. But we do need to have a sense of decorum in terms of how we deal with each other and with the public. The public can come up and they say things about us and we just sit there and we listen and then we say, next person to come up. That's how it's done. We don't have the right to attack members of the public. They are the ones who voted for us. And I think that we need to be able to, as you say, we have to have thick skin. People come up here and say all types of wild things, but we take it on the chin and we keep it moving. But I also think that, when you have a situation where you have colleagues and they are, badgering their staff, and it's just unbecoming of professionals in terms of how you do business. And no other city in this county does business that way. And I think that having some conversation about what that decorum is, how that is set about amongst our colleagues, I think that we should be able to do the business of the city. We are not here to be friends with anyone, and I mean, if it happens, that's fine. But the purpose of us sitting here is to do the business of the city. And people don't have to like each other to do the business of the city. If you disagree, then you vote that way. It is just that we have to be able to treat people with respect and to also treat the staff with respect.
So we are in a situation where if we disagree with what the staff says, then we say you come back and you give us something different. But, we are not here to badger and harass people just based on the fact that you disagree with the answer. And you are absolutely right when it comes to a hostile work environment. Some people don't want to come to the meetings. And, when you have situations where people are afraid to come to meetings, that is not acceptable. Every employee in this city should be treated fairly and with respect. Every person sitting up here on this dais should be treated with fairness and respect. And especially the residents in this city should be treated with fairness and respect. That is our job. And it's just plain right. So we have to be about the business of making sure that how we look as a city. We have accomplished great things in these last 3 years. We need to keep this train moving, but we also need to be able to understand that we are going to disagree. But there's a way in which you respond to that and how you handle that. So I agree with moving this forward and making sure that we can come to an agreement that we treat people with kindness and respect.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do want to make one comment about a subject that I think that we absolutely need to include if we're going to have a workshop, and that's not just about decorum in this forum. It's also about the way in which we treat staff members, and I think you've touched on it, Councilwoman Lanier, and perhaps Miller Anderson as well earlier. I have heard from many, many members of staff that they are experiencing what you referred to as a hostile work environment. One of our members, unfortunately, feels the need to interject himself into situations in the workplace that are not appropriate. I think our charter clearly states that we are not to engage in unilateral directives with staff members. I think that when we have a workshop, we need to find out whether there are consequences to that kind of behavior, and there should be consequences. I presented some of these instances that I've heard about it in confidence. People are afraid to come forward because they're fearful of retaliation, and I've shared some of this with Mr. Evans. And I worry that there are no safeguards for staff and measures of protection in place for our employees. And I think that that's something we also have to deal with. So I hope that that's a topic of our workshop when we meet on this.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm on. Can y'all hear me?
No. Oh, you did.
It's on.
Someone's wrong with my mic.
It's on.
I think what everybody's saying is true, right? But I want to put this on the record because I have had employees to contact my office with members of this board also cussing staff out, wanting stuff when they wanted it done. And so it's one way we can come up here and say all the good stuff, but it's more people up on this board that are treating employees bad or demanding or want what they want when they want. So if we're going to be honest, right, we got to be honest, totally honest all the way, or we're just wasting our time. And so we can come in here and look good for the residents, we can look good for the camera, we can look good here, but if we're going to truly be honest, it's a lot of that going on, not just by one council member. All right, let's be honest. And I think that's, we can circle around this thing all we want to. I mean, it is what it is. I have not disrespected anybody up here, but I'm going to speak truth to truth. And so, we want to have grace, we want to have mercy, we want to do this. It starts within the person, right? So if we're going to be honest, don't point out one person. That's point out. I mean, it's been stuff that's been done by members on this board to whether you thought something and you retaliate against a person. That just goes on and on. I think individually, we're grown. If we have an art with somebody on here, let's just get with them, find out what's going on, clear it up. I'm kind of with Councilman Lawson. We don't need to go through that. We're grown, right? If one of us is beefing up here, let's just get together, talk about it, and move on because it's bigger business for the city to do. But it's a lot of employees that, you know, I know we can point out one person, but it's just not one person that's antagonizing staff, all right? And so let's be honest about that. And whatever rule, like Dr. Botel said, we need to put in place, it needs to be put in place for a couple people. And that's what I'm hearing from staff.
No,
Thank you.
it would be in place for everybody. It would
Yeah.
just be for one or two people. It would definitely apply to all. And anybody else have any questions or comments? Because I just wanted to add one thing. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, so I have no issues with that. I thought we took up this whole interference thing in the workshop that we did over at Lindsay Davis, but I try to streamline most of my interactions with the manager, but let me tell you something. Jonathan is never, ever going to tell me that I can't talk to a city employee. If I need information, I am entitled to inquire as a general resident. So that's not interference, so let's not confuse that. But what I did request was the transcript where specifically I think it's important to move forward with Dr. Botel suggested, because she's under oath testifying that she directed a city employee to give her a ride in the city vehicle. And we know specifically that we don't ride in city vehicles, nor are we to direct employees to give us a ride in city vehicles.
When did that happen?
Madam Chair, I mean,
You gonna
Ms.
let me
Dr.
finish?
Botel.
No,
Let him, Dr. Botel, let him finish, please.
Okay, so let me repeat this. So certainly, if you want to start it, I would agree with the mayor. Let's go ahead and do it. But inquiry and investigations made in good faith are permitted under the charter. But to give an employee a directive is specifically prohibited underneath the charter. So giving rides and accepting rides from an employee, I mean, you just can't jump into a city vehicle and ride along with a city employee without giving them direction. So I would agree that we definitely need to bring forth, and I think, Ms. Wynn, if I'm not mistaken, that charter provision requires that we adopt an ordinance on how to handle that. And that's been 3 years now, and we still haven't done such. So I certainly want to make sure that that I agree with Councilwoman Botel in bringing forth an ordinance so that we can handle those items. And I think the charter calls it misfeasance when you do interfere with the manager by giving a direct order to an employee.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request an explanation from my colleague as to when I gave an order to a staff member to give me a ride in a city vehicle.
Okay, well, I think I stated it.
No, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Dr. Botel, if you know it didn't happen, then just say it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Okay.
You testified to it, Doc.
All right. Here's the other thing to this. I know during our last council meeting, Mr. Evans, there were some people from the public in regards to public safety. That was an issue. And, you know, one of the things, I know we have the metal detectors up there and people's bags are checked. At one time, we were doing the same thing back here for us. So is there a reason why that was changed? Because I do believe with the situation that occurred in the last meeting, in terms of what was found on some of those people that came into the meeting, we can't play with that kind of stuff.
Yes, Madam Chair. With respect to the security check or the clearance back at this particular point, I believe at some point the previous chief of police did suspend the activities that were occurring at this particular checkpoint or what have you. There is signage that is placed out there. I did have the discussion with staff about looking to acquire the same type of surveillance or screening materials that we have at City Hall, but also I think it's something that in your procedural manual that you need to adopt. In some research that we've done from an administrative standpoint, there are some government entities that allow for elected officials to come in through a certain entrance and they don't go through the same security checks and clearance or what have you. And so if it is in fact something that this board wishes to do, it should be something that it is agreed upon that you all look to go through because there is a statute that prohibits certain items to be in a meeting of the governing body.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's important too, with the public safety issue. So that's certainly something I think needs to be discussed when we put this together. So if there aren't any other questions or comments about this section, that's pretty much what this was about for me. So I appreciate it, and hopefully some hearts will change and see what the bigger picture is about it. If
Madam
not,
Chair?
we'll still move on. Yes.
Thank you. I just had a question, being that it was brought up in regards to interference, and with the non-interference clause that we adopted in our charter. I believe that the charter states, the code says that interference with administration, we cannot interfere except for the purpose of inquiries and investigations made in good faith. So my understanding is, and I just want clarity from Mr. Evans, we're allowed to talk to the staff for inquiries of good faith, but giving unilateral direction is something that we're not allowed to do to any staff member or to our city manager. But we can speak to the staff members of the city, correct?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With respect to that provision in the charter, and I think the board has seen some correspondence that I've put out, I've asked for the elected officials to interact with department heads and managers at that level if there is any inquiries or concerns or questions, and then in the event that there's some specificity that a lower level staff person needs to address, we facilitate that person in those particular meetings. So there is multiple conversations that happen on a regular basis whereby, you know, the department heads or the elected officials have conversations, whether it's a pothole or a stop sign or a question that an inquiry that a resident had on public safety or what have you. So I would not categorize that as interference, and what I do direct staff is if there is conversations with elected officials that they're to inform administration of those conversations so we're aware of what those inquiries may be, and then we can follow up and make sure those issues are resolved should they come from the council.
So just for clarity's sake, if there is an inquiry in good faith, you want that inquiry to go to the department head, not to any staff member, and then of course just make sure that you're notified of the conversation.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Go ahead.
Yes, that's our preferred practice, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right. So that's the end of 12A. Discussion by city manager?
Yes, Madam Chair. We did receive an email from county administration with regards to the Brooks subdivision. They have started some preliminary work with respect to that particular development. However, there seems to be a significant deviation from the conversation that was provided to the board. And so we're still obtaining additional information, but we did want to inform the board that there is a point where we need to have a more robust conversation with respect to that. I know originally the conversation was around single-family homes because of the increase in construction cost and because of the ability to want to bring items to market quicker. It looks like they want to move with a townhome development. And that is a significantly different change from what was previously discussed. But we are having a meeting on that tomorrow to get a little bit more clarity from staff. And then I'm having a discussion with my colleagues at the city manager's level with representatives from Palm Beach County concerning the affordable housing plan that they're looking to put forth. So I should have some more information on the Brooks subdivision here in the next a week or so, and then inform the board accordingly. So I did want to let the board know that there is a change from what was previously discussed as part of this particular development. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Discussion by city attorney?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, city council committee reports?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I attended the Palm Beach North Chamber of Education Committee meeting on April 7th. The meeting was held at Dwyer High School. It was nice to be in person with the committee. The guest speaker was Katie Spitzik, Vice President for Education, and Caitlin Bates, Engagement Manager with Junior Achievement of the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. Subsequent to the meeting, I arranged for meetings with Junior Achievement and several of our Riviera Beach schools, as well as Azure Estates, so we can bring financial literacy to our young people. The Junior Achievement does a great job in that, and I was happy to have attended that meeting of the Palm Beach North Chamber Education Committee, so I was able to make that happen. I also attended the Government Affairs Committee meeting of the Palm Beach North Chamber. We had legislative updates from Senator Powell and Representative John Snyder. I continue to meet weekly with our internal tourism committee, and I think we're making good progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council committee reports? Statements by the mayor and city council. Mayor?
No comments, Madam Chair.
All right. Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
I have a couple of items. I had the pleasure of meeting Miss Nikki Freed at the Garden Initiative for our 10th Street community garden, and the initiative was to distribute seed packets around the state of Florida to help create more gardens. That was a great idea. It was a well-attended event, and we certainly want to encourage that type of involvement with the city in terms of sustainability and, of course, with our urban farm. That same day, we had the ribbon cutting for the Azura Estates. That program was excellent. The units look wonderful. Dr. Botel and her colleague, Ms. Dixon, laid out or put together 2 apartments that they furnished. They were absolutely beautiful. The furniture, the painting. I think Ms. Erica Davis helped with the painting as well. But these apartments are just beautiful out in the Azura Estates. And they have this new community center, which is big enough to hold GED classes, to hold after-school programs, to hold tutoring programs, whatever they need in that community. So that was wonderful in terms of how they brought this all together. And this particular initiative had started way before we became council members, and Dr. Botel and others were a part of, especially Ms. Bram, were a part of bringing this thing here to fruition. So I really appreciate their input. I also participated in an informational session with Congresswoman Sheila McCormick in terms of the appropriations request for our community projects. Upcoming events, Saturday, April 23rd, the Urban Garden, Farm and Garden is having a Earth Day celebration. Please attend. It starts at, what time does it start? 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, from 10 to 2, 10 to 12, they're having a garden celebration. And also in District 3, they're having a Keep America Beautiful, Great American Cleanup. That's through the CDC. And that will be from 8 to 12 on Saturday, April 23rd. And on that same day, I'm also participating in a panel. It has to do with the politics of COVID. That panel will be joining me is Representative Bobby Powell, Dr. The lady school
Alonzo?
board. No, school board. Deborah Robinson.
Oh.
And yeah, and another young lady that will be a part of this panel, and it will be held at the Ambassador Center from 10 to 12 as well. And those are my comments.
All right, Dr. Botel, comments?
Thanks. We're celebrating Earth Day at the Sing Around Community Garden on Friday at 4:30. This is let's see, from 4:30 to 6:30. We'll have refreshments. You can meet with Ali, our gardener, and hopefully meet some of the many volunteers who built the garden last summer. We'll discuss some common garden insects and diseases that we've encountered and how to deal with them, and also what to do with our beds during the summer months and anything else you have on your mind. Wanted to congratulate Mr. Evans on his award, and to the Finance Department and staff for their Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. Brother Carl Muhammad asked me to mention the Discover Me Literacy Initiative being brought to Riviera Beach parents and seniors. And I've been working with school board member Erica Whitfield, Valerie Grimsley, and elementary school principals to bring the Penn Literacy Network Making Friends with Books program to our schools. This program connects children in grades 1 to 4, senior adults from the community, and student ambassadors from high schools who are supported by Penn Literacy Network. So that's going to be an exciting project. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. McCoy?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to really run this by my colleagues tonight. As we know that nationwide we're having issues with rental control and rent prices going through the roof, especially here in South Florida. So I know that our surrounding municipality down in Lake Worth, they just passed an ordinance for notification requirements for rental increases and for terminations of leases. So I'll see if my colleagues would be interested in giving staff the direction to move forward with bringing a similar ordinance that would be restrictive and give notification as to when rents can be increased, and also terminations of leases as well. Because right now some of these absentee owners and some of these landlords are really taking advantage of the market and abusing some of our current tenants that are here in the city and putting them in positions where they can't actually find any type of affordable rental housing. So if there's going to be an increase of over 5%, I believe is the ordinance that was passed, they have to give a certain notice of at least 60 days, because a lot of people are being told within 2 weeks they got to be out. So if my colleagues would be interested, Lake Worth just passed that ordinance, and it actually was brought by the mayor of Broward County. Miami-Dade County, the mayor brought it in March, and then Lake Worth recently passed it as well. And I know that West Palm and Palm Beach County are looking to bring that ordinance as well. So if it's something that we could possibly bring to the next meeting or two, I'd recommend that we allow for staff to do that research.
All right. Okay.
So I think Mr. Evans would need direction before we move forward, if it's something that you want for the council.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
We're already researching that, and so our intent is to bring something like that.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. And, well, you all are packing up. We had that one CRA item, so we can't go anywhere. Yeah, the one item on the CRA meeting. Don't go anywhere yet. They're ready up here, too. My comment is short. I just wanted to say again, congratulations to Mr. Evans for being selected for the Public Service Alumni recognition from what is it, UCF?
Yep.
And he was selected by his peers. So congratulations to you, Mr. Evans. And with that, we are going to ask for an motion to adjourn, but do not move, because we just have one item for the CRA, and then you can leave as soon as we finish with that one.
Motion to adjourn?
All right. All right. 2 seconds, and we're going to, let me change my agenda, and then we'll get started on this next one.
Madam Chair, I got to change my staff real quick. So
Yes. Oh, that's. All right, I want to call to order the Community Redevelopment Agency regular meeting for April 20th, 2022, 11:13 p.m. Madam, roll call.
Commissioner McCoy?
Here.
Commissioner Battelle? Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Co-Chair Lanier?
Here.
Chair Miller-Anderson?
Here.
Also in attendance, Mayor Felder?
Here.
CRA Executive Director Jonathan Evans?
Present.
Attorney Chris Smith?
Here.
Director of Neighborhood Services Anita Jenkins? Director of Planning and Development Scott Evans? And CRA Clerk Maylee De Jesus.
All right, we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Botel.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
None from staff, Madam Chair.
All right. Disclosures by commission and staff. Have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. I'm sorry, second.
I think Mr. Lawson called second.
Oh, that's fine.
Go ahead. Roll call.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Battelle?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller-Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. This agenda is written differently here, but
Madam Chair,
yes.
be my request that we move 7A to consent unless we got public comments, because we've already had a presentation.
And that's fine with me. Are you all okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Unless there's public comments, then I guess.
I don't know if we have any. Do
There are
we
no
have any?
public comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Well, we can let them go ahead and speak now.
Commissioner McCoy?
No, we're not voting.
We don't have public comment, she said.
No, she said we did, didn't you?
You're voting to move it to consent. I think that's what.
Yeah.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Go ahead.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Lanier?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so we have that on consent. So you said we have public comment for consent? None. Okay. So can we have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'm sure.
Yes.
Pull something off of consent.
Say that again?
No, I'm just kidding.
Again, you would do it. You would do it.
No.
We'll overrule you tonight, no. Go ahead. Did you?
I move to approve consent.
All right.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Discussion by Executive Director?
Yes, Madam Chair. Obviously, we were working diligently on this agreement, and we weren't able to post the agenda for the CRA meeting, so we will be posting the agenda tomorrow. We're finalizing some language with regards to the agreement for the board to consider between the developer for Marina Phase 2 for your consideration. So there's a couple of tweaks on language, and we think we'll be able to resolve it by tomorrow and then post the agenda tomorrow. So I did want to bring the board up to speed on that. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
All right. Discussion by General Counsel?
Madam Chair, I just want to say the agreement that passed on the consent tonight was a yeoman's job by your staff. Many different departments, many different staff members have been working diligently on this to get this done. And I was just so proud to be a part of a team that worked towards yes. They worked hard on getting to yes. And I'm proud that we got this document through.
Wonderful. Very good. We appreciate everybody's hard work as well. Statements by the commission, starting with the mayor.
No comments, Madam Chair.
Chair Pro Tem?
No comment, Madam Chair.
Dr. Botel?
No.
Mr. Lawson?
No, Madam Chair.
And I don't have any. We have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right.